Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the business meeting of the Virginia Board of Education, as we like to refer to ourselves, the hardest working unpaid board in the Commonwealth. 6 years of starting meetings on time. We were almost late today, so I appreciate everybody sitting down, right at the right moment. Okay, we will begin the meeting with a moment of silence. In addition to our normal moment of silence, I'd like to just reflect for a minute about the events of last week. I was a board member in Chesterfield, as some of you know, and the hardest day I had on the board was the day that we lost the life of a child in our care. It's a day that stays with me still. And then last week we find ourselves again losing our children, this time at a graduation ceremony, and not by an accident, but by gun violence. It would be good, I think, for us to take a minute to reflect on that, and to the extent we pray, to the extent you whatever you want to do here, to reflect upon and remember the victims of the shooting at that graduation ceremony for Huguenot High School, their families, and the many others affected by the events. The incident was particularly difficult for us, both the board and the staff at VDOE. It occurred not too far from here. I don't know how many of you got to see, for example, the Jason Cameras, the Richmond superintendent, and how clearly impacted he was by the events. And of course, everybody who was close into the high school and the greater Richmond family. So if we could just take a moment of remembrance for the victims of that event. Thank you. I think it's good to remember sometimes that we are not alone. I ask you to rise now and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, can I have a motion to approve the minutes for the April 19 and 20 meetings, the May 10 special meeting, and the May 10 emergency meeting of the board, as has been distributed by the staff? Is there a motion to approve those or make amendments? Thank you, Ms. Creasy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries. Dr. Siebert. Recognition of state level finalists.
Good morning, Mr. President, Superintendent Coons, colleagues. It is a wonderful opportunity at our events to celebrate excellence and to really shine a light on the terrific work happening in the Commonwealth. So it is my privilege to share the Presidential Award recognitions for excellence in mathematics and science teaching, and these are our state level finalists. The Virginia Board of Education is pleased to recognize 5 secondary mathematics and science teachers as the 2023 state level finalists for the Presidential Awards for Excellence in Math and Science Teaching, the PAEMST. This program was established in 1983, is administered by the National Science Foundation on behalf of the White House Office of Science and Technology. The Presidential Awards for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching are the highest honors bestowed by the United States government, specifically for K-12 science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and/or computer science teaching. The program identifies outstanding teachers from each of the 50 states and the 4 United States jurisdictions. The award recognizes those teachers who have both deep content knowledge of the subjects they teach and the ability to motivate and enable students to be successful in those areas. The awards alternate each year between elementary teachers in kindergarten through 6th grade and secondary teachers in grades 7 through 12. The PAMST award serves as models, so awardees serve as models for their colleagues and are leaders in the improvement of STEM education. We are honored to recognize the following teachers as the 2023 PAEMST state level finalists for the Commonwealth of Virginia. As I speak to you, if you come stand up here, we'll form a line as we go. So our mathematics finalists, Emily Burrell teaches algebra, functions, and data analysis in Algebra 2 at South Lakes Hill School in Reston, Virginia. Ms. Burrell sees good in all her students, always encouraging them, working to get to know them, and ensuring that they feel welcome and accepted. She aims not only to understand their story, but how she can support them in reaching and exceeding their potential. Ms. Burrell is an advocate for underrepresented populations. She strives to work with students to share, reflect, and promote events and activities that address equity and promote student voice. Ms. Burrell will long be remembered by her students as she sets them up for success, not only in mathematics, but in life. Ms. Yvette Lee. Yvette Lee is a teacher of computer science, coding, and economics and personal finance at John Randolph Tucker High School in Henrico County. Ms. Lee embodies extensive knowledge, drive, and commitment to the profession she and her students, always seeking to enhance instruction. She searches out opportunities within as well as beyond her school to ensure that students and the entire student body are prepared for the future. She's played a major role in increasing enrollment in computer science by encouraging students, especially females, to participate in computer science courses and events. She facilitates many of these opportunities herself to ensure that her students take on leadership roles in computer science. Ms. Lee's dedication and hard work enable her to touch the lives of each of her students and benefit her school as well as the greater community. Laura Quinn, come on up. Laura is the geometry and algebra teacher of 7th and 8th grade students at Jefferson Houston and International Baccalaureate School in Alexandria. Ms. Quinn provides daily instruction to middle school students using various instructional practices to engage students in the learning processes and to conceptualize math concepts. Ms. Quinn is a reflective educator who creates and shares mathematics lessons that relate to the unique experiences of her students. The lessons engage students deeply in mathematics they are learning. As a leader at Jefferson Houston, she serves as a facilitator for the new teachers group, facilitating and supporting an instructional growth. Ms. Quinn is a dynamic teacher who cares and loves for all the students of Jefferson Houston, as is evidenced by the way she interacts and builds relationships and rapport. Laura Quinn. And now for our science finalists. First, I'd like to invite Colin Bouchelon. Come on up, please. Mr. Bouchelon is a teacher of biology, honors biology, and advanced placement environmental science at Manassas Park High School in Manassas Park. Mr. Bouchelon engages in students and helps them grow in their excitement about science. He promotes a learning environment where students feel safe to take risks, think out loud, and explore the physical world around them. His love of science and learning has inspired many of his students to pursue their own careers in STEM fields. Mr. Bouchelon brings a deep level of professional knowledge that has allowed him to create and nurture a community of science learners in his classroom and among his colleagues throughout the division. Mr. Bouchelon. Mr. Sneller is a teacher of environmental science, Spanish, and honors STEM chemistry at Harrisonburg High School in Harrisonburg. He is a teacher who is loved by his students and one who constantly seeks to improve his professional knowledge. Mr. Sneller greets all students at the door and focuses their attention on feeling welcome, safe, and secure in their learning environment. Mr. Sneller is a master of asking students questions that promote deep, hands-on learning experiences in the worlds of science that are steeped in real-world applications. Mr. Sneller is enthusiastic about exploring and implementing new teaching strategies, techniques, and sharing these techniques with his colleagues. Mr. Sneller. The National Science Foundation oversees the selection of state-level awardees. And on behalf of the White House, we anxiously await hearing about these great educators and who will be recognized as the 2023 awardee for the Commonwealth of Virginia. I'd like to have everybody join me in congratulating these awardees, and then we'll do some pictures and some presentations. Congratulations. These are in order. Excellent, thank you. So what we'd like for you to do is come up to the dais. We'll get the president to come around and we'll get a picture of you all together. So thank you, welcome. Guys, get kind of squeeze in here in the middle.
Don't show us well in the pictures you think they do.
We're the second row.
Okay, got it.
We can
Move
move
this,
that,
yeah.
yes.
Hold these here.
Probably down.
Down? All right, sounds good.
I was a science teacher in the
Congratulations.
early 90s.
Paparazzi, who first? The guy in the middle.
Wielding. Here we go. All right. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations. You was in Houston. I'll send it to you.
I hurt my head just a little bit.
Oh, I was like, what is it?
Mr. President, if I may ask for a moment of personal privilege on behalf of my colleagues.
I would say denied.
We could go through some sort of point of order process, but we'll try to avoid that for this very special event. It is not on the agenda, but for those of us who had the privilege of serving for some for a long time, some for a short time, we have appreciate immensely the care and collaboration. We appreciate the fact that this is an institution that is in place long before us. It will endure long after us, and we are just stewards and shepherds of the roles we hold. I think it's important that we all understand that we are individuals, and as individuals, we have no authority, but we gather collectively at legally called board meetings. We have great responsibility to do what's right for the young people of the Commonwealth. So we would like to celebrate some board members today, and so I'll start if my colleague Ann Holton would please come forward and share a few remarks, and we'll have a little bit of a round robin here and some pictures and maybe some hugs.
Thank you, Alan. I am honored and privileged today to present a resolution of appreciation signed by the Virginia Board of Education for Dr. Pamela Davis Fott. Some of the current board members have not had the opportunity to get to know Pam personally, as well as some of the older members. She's been suffering from some health issues throughout this year and has been appearing remotely. But I can tell you, for those of us who have gotten to know her well, either through her board service or through her long dedicated service to the children of Virginia, and especially her students in Bristol, Virginia. She is a dedicated educator and a lovely human being, and it's been a proud opportunity to serve with her. In particular, she's been a champion of the underserved young people in our communities, Title I schools, in rural communities, and their teachers and the educators and communities that serve her, and we're grateful for her service. So whereas it is with profound respect for her professional and personal accomplishments that the members of the Board of Education recognize Dr. Pamela Davis Fott for her distinguished service as a member of this body from July 2019 until June 2023. And whereas her career as a professional educator has earned her the respect in the communities she has served in Southwest and Central Virginia and her peers throughout the Commonwealth, and whereas she has served as an unwavering advocate for children and teachers and shown a lifelong commitment to the betterment of the lives of all Virginians. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education extend to Dr. Davis Fott
our valued friend and colleague, our highest regards and gratitude for her unfailing service, integrity, collegiality, and the professional manner in which she has performed her duties, and et cetera, signed. May we have a round of applause for that's to her in Bristol.
Mr. President, do you want to have a motion to adopt them as a bank, or you want to do them one at a time?
Do them all at once,
Okay, all right.
if it even makes the agenda.
Mr. Rotherham has our next presentation.
Thank you. I am want to present a resolution of appreciation for Dr. Tammy Mann, and as Ann did, I'll read it in just a moment. You're not supposed to sign things before you read them, but I admit that I did. I shouldn't say that with lawyers present. But I want to thank you for your service. It's only been, we only overlapped for a year, but sort of you bring, I think, a very important perspective, a very thoughtful perspective. And I think you probably noticed the board would pause to listen when you had things to say in our debates. I think it added a lot of value. I'm grateful for that and grateful for your service, obviously, prior to that as well. Whereas it is with profound respect for her professional and personal accomplishments that the members of the Board of Education recognize Dr. Tammy Mann for her distinguished service as a member of this body from July 2019 until June 2023. And whereas Dr. Mann has shown steadfast leadership by serving as vice president of this body from March 2022 until June 2023. And whereas her professional work in research, practice, and policy has shown a dedication to improving the lives of children and families and earned her the respect and admiration of her peers. Whereas she has been an unwavering advocate for the transformation of early childhood care and education across the Commonwealth, thereby contributing to the betterment of the lives of all current and future Virginians. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education extend to Dr. Mann, our valued friend and colleague, our highest regards and gratitude for her unfailing service, integrity, collegiality, and the professional manner in which she has performed her duties. Be it further resolved that the members of the Board of Education extend to Dr. Mann our warmest best wishes for continued success in her future endeavors. Adopted in Virginia, 15th day of June, 2023.
All together. Yes, I shouldn't be.
And we'll have discussion. Assuming we get a motion in a second, we'll have some discussion. Yeah, hold our breath for that. Ms. Creasy has our next presentation.
Well, when I agreed to this, to actually help do this morning, I didn't know whether I would get a little choked up. So Dan, if you will excuse me from getting a little bit emotional. Since I came on the board, Dan has been a mentor to me, and we have grown to become very close friends. And I am certainly so thankful for all friends that I can make, but especially your friendship, Dan. So remember, I'm going to continue to call you, so you better pick up that phone. But we have a resolution here for you and your unwavering service to the Commonwealth. You and I have shared on many occasions our deep love for the Commonwealth of Virginia, for the institutions of this great Commonwealth, and that is something that will forever bond us. So the Virginia Board of Education is presenting to you a resolution of appreciation presented to Daniel A. Gecker, member of the Virginia Board of Education from 2016 to 2023. Whereas it is with profound respect for his professional and personal accomplishments that the members of the Board of Education recognize Mr. Daniel A. Gecker for his distinguished service as a member of this body from January 2016 until June 2023. And whereas Mr. Gecker has shown extraordinary dedication and steadfast leadership by serving as president of this body from July 2017 until June 2023. And his tenure has been marked by a methodical approach to accomplishing the board's priorities. And whereas he has led efforts to improve the standards of quality, teacher qualifications, academic standards, and school facilities, and thereby earned the respect for his exemplary public service, and his contributions will remain of vital importance to public education in the Commonwealth. And whereas his public service is also marked by a dedication to local leadership, including being a member of the Chesterfield County Board of Supervisors from 2008 to 2014, and service as that body's chairman in 2010 and 2012, as well as numerous other organizations who have benefited from his acumen and thoughtfulness. Now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education extend to Mr. Gecker, our valued friend and colleague, our highest regards and gratitude for his unfailing service, integrity, collegiality, and the professional manner in which he has performed his duties. Be it further resolved that the members of the Board of Education extend to Mr. Gecker our warmest, best wishes for continued success in his future endeavors. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take these three as a block. So is there a motion to approve the three
Move
resolutions?
adoption of the 3 resolutions
Thank
honoring
you.
our colleagues.
There's a second.
Second.
Thank you. Somebody. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are going to table any further discussion because we have a lot of guests in the room and, the guests come first. So we will go through public comment and we will have time at the end of the meeting during normal board member comment to say anything you guys want to say.
He's a bully.
Yeah. I lost control of the agenda only for a few moments. Okay. We will go ahead and do public comment now. As always, the highlight, for a lot of us of the meetings is to hear from the public. And so it's a pleasure for the board to accept public comment on all matters related to public education in Virginia. Speakers will be recognized in the order in which their request was received. Speakers are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. When your time is up, please close your remarks promptly. We ask that you provide your name and affiliation at the beginning of your remarks. Speakers may provide copies of your comments. You may email a copy of your remarks to Jim Chapman, Director of Board Relations, after you finish speaking. I look at the list and there's a lot of people who we know. Sad in some ways that it takes public comment to bring Emily Webb back to visit with us, but you are first up on the list.
Thought you could get away from somebody saying nice things about you, but that's not the case. Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board, and Dr. Coons. My name is Emily Webb, and I'm pleased to be with you this morning to recognize the service of several of your departing board members, Dr. Pam Davis-Watt, Dr. Tammy Mann, and President Dan Gecker. I had the pleasure of working closely with each of them during their years of service to the Commonwealth and know the impact that they have had on Virginia's young people. Dr. Davis-Watt, I don't know if she's virtual or not. You have brought a wealth of practical classroom experience to this board, especially in working with underserved and impoverished populations. As a principal, your passion for your students and teachers and ensuring they have the resources they need to thrive is unmatched. I'll never forget our trip to visit your elementary school in Bristol, Virginia, along with several other school divisions in Southwest Virginia. You could feel the love and the respect that they had for you and the love and respect that you had for them. You always made sure that your kids had food in their tummies so that they could learn, and your teachers had the supplies in their classroom to facilitate that learning. You've been a sounding board to me and you bring a valuable in the field perspective to this board, and it will be missed. Dr. Mann, you're one of the hardest working, most thoughtful individuals I've ever met. Your early childhood knowledge and expertise is exactly what this board needed when you were appointed. You've helped this board tremendously during the transition to oversee all of early childhood education and care, and have always been able to take complicated topics and distill them down into easy to understand terms. You haven't been the loudest or the most talkative person in the room, but when you speak, everyone listens. Despite juggling hundreds of balls in the air in your personal and professional life, you've always showed up prepared and ready to share a perspective with this board that is unique and valuable to the board's decisions. President Gecker, where to begin?
I think your time's up, Ms. Whip.
When you were first appointed to this board, I was sitting in the audience and had no idea that in just a few short months, we would be working together so closely. As board president, you had big shoes to fill in succeeding Dr. Billy Canady, and boy, have you filled those shoes and then some. You have pushed this board to be better. You have focused this board on thoughtful, collaborative, evidence-based policymaking. You've took time away from your work and your family to ensure that this board succeeded, that it heard the perspectives of all the education stakeholders, and that every decision that was made in the best interest of Virginia's children. You have led this board with the utmost professionalism and integrity. I'd like to say thank you to your wife, Liz, and daughters number 1 through 4 and their families for loaning you to us for all these years. I'm immensely grateful for your mentorship and the friendship we've built over the last 7 years. You have challenged me and frustrated me to be better, to think outside the box, and to always do my research. I know you say you aren't an educator, but you have taught us so much. As President Gecker always says, this is the hardest working board in the Commonwealth, and I couldn't agree more. The work this board undertakes is of the utmost importance and has lasting effects on students and educators across the Commonwealth. While there's still work to be done, I pray that the collaborative, transparent, students first mindset that this board remains at the forefront of all decision-making to come. To Pam, to Tammy, and to Dan, thank you. You have made a difference.
Oh, thank you. All right, Scott Braybrand, followed by Emily Klein.
Good morning, Scott Braybrand, Executive Director for VASS. Dear Superintendent Coons and members of the Board of Education. First, I want to thank Dr. Coons for her meeting and listening to school superintendents as she begins her tenure as Virginia's new state superintendent. Her personal outreach these past few weeks to each VDOE superintendent region to listen to our feedback on Virginia's current accreditation accountability system and our ideas for improvement as you all consider changes to this current system is greatly appreciated. We continue to look forward to continued collaboration with her on this issue and many other issues of mutual interest. We also want to share with you that as you review the math standards, we remind you, just as we did during social studies standards review, that you follow standard protocols and procedures to ensure extensive stakeholder input with special attention to listening to those who have subject matter expertise. And take a particular look at the elementary level and the multiple initiatives before our elementary educators. VASS also encourages this board, as you're currently doing at this meeting today, to continue to review multiple pathways of licensure for teachers and to listen to school districts as they step forward and offer ideas about how to ensure a highly qualified teacher in every Virginia classroom, something Dr. Coons has already talked about extensively in her short tenure with us. We continue to have a teacher shortage in the Commonwealth of Virginia that we must collectively address through a variety of strategies. Finally, I too, as Executive Director of VASS and a former superintendent in 2 districts in Virginia, want to thank Pamela Davis-Vaught for her work and leadership. She was a voice for those who often didn't feel they had a voice in the Commonwealth. I want to thank Tammy Mann for being a champion for equity and excellence here in the Commonwealth. You always understood the details, but you also got the bigger picture. Thank you for your leadership. And President Gecker, you led in the best of times in the Commonwealth, and for some, maybe they would say the worst of times. But you were a model of integrity, a model of professionalism, and you always, in a world right now where people want to divide, some people want to divide, you were a leader who wanted to bring people together for the common benefit of public education for Virginia's children. You are a true champion, a model leader for this board and a model leader in the Commonwealth. Thank you for your service. I'm a native Virginian and I thank you for your service to the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Emily Klein, followed by Paul Fanny. Emily Klein. Paul Fanny. Okay, Wendy Little.
Greetings, board members. Oh, can you hear me? Greetings, board members. Welcome, Ms. Coons. You were a rock star last night. We need you. My name is Wendy Little. I'm with Chesterfield County Schools. This child here has had no education, access to education all year. His name is Aaron Little. How many times do people from Chesterfield County have to keep coming over and over and over for years and go to this board and tell you about the problems that are having in Chesterfield County? So I would like you to consider invoking. Somebody has to take a stand and do something about the injustices to our families and our children. I encourage you to invoke policy 22.1-214E upon Chesterfield County Public Schools for the egregious manner in which they treat our children and many of our families. It has to stop. I have some packets for you. One packet is the first page includes a letter from Winsome Sears talking about the treatment of my son from Chesterfield County Public Schools a year ago. There's nobody who has helped me. The second page is a letter from one of my son's case managers that outlines the loss of his developmental disability waiver benefits because Chesterfield County Public Schools would not allow him to go to his public education. Followed by, thank you for allowing input, copy of my input for yesterday's work session. Again, you were a rock star. You nailed it. My input from February 2nd, which I couldn't come, but I put some very clear input in that. And also another input. I was the only person in the entire state of Virginia who was invited to and attended the USDOE Pandemic Special Education Roundtable beginning in May 2021. Do you know who got all of the IDEA funding for the special needs kids? You're looking at it right now. I did that. I also, because our kids were not being educated for recovery of learning, I did that. Y'all can FOIA it. Also, I said ESSER 3 is the biggest package coming up. I want to see a percentage of that go to recovery of learning overall. Our school divisions did not do that. This is why I made signs like this, so I will leave my written input for you. I made these signs because being on that committee, fund special education students now, they were supposed to provide services for these kids to not have recovery of learning be quite an issue. Thank goodness the governor came in. What did he do? He did what they were supposed to do. Supported the low income and the special needs kids priority 1 for services and grants that go directly to the services they should have gotten with the money that I got for the entire USA, every county. That was me. So I've been on top of this and I've been very angry. I implore you to please invoke policy 221-214E. Stop starving our special education children. My son has had no access to public education the entire year. I have written the board. I have begged leadership at Chesterfield County Public Schools. They ignore me. My other son is a CBG student, that's center-based gifted, and the school that he's assigned, that we're all assigned to by residents. My special needs son's supposed to be at the same school. My other school has great attendance, but they're trying to tell me I won't send my child to school. He requires special education transportation. I got an email they were going to send him at the beginning of the year. Then I get an email that says, nope. And I've been fighting this battle by all year. So something has to happen and the parents are angry and we're very upset and things do need to turn around. And I thank you for your commentary because I've never heard anything like that from anyone before. We need to stop denying the rights and needs of special education students. And some of these school divisions some of the school divisions are going to have to return those funds. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Lucas. Followed by Kathy Halverson.
You can tell Emily her time was up. Anyway, my name is Candace Lucas. I am an advocate. I'm also shocked by the comment that was made, but pleasantly shocked by the comment that was made regarding special education being broken in Virginia. Thank you for the validation. Thank you for the transparency, because evidently Samantha and Dr. Coons don't believe it's broken, or else they will be addressing it. Special education right now is at stage 4 cancer, and you guys are giving them a baby aspirin. Think about that. And I want to let this board know that you were bamboozled. You were hoodwinked. You were led astray yesterday. And I'm telling you why. The presentation that Samantha gave you, that Dr. Coons allowed, did not address the fact that they received a letter from February 23rd, February 17th, 2023, that told them, Jim Balo and Samantha, if you don't get yourself together from OSAP, we're gonna take your federal funding for special education. She didn't say that to you, but guess what? I bought a copy for you. I bought a copy of the letter for you, so you can understand we're in a crisis. The ones that are leaving, please don't take one. I couldn't make many copies. Okay, the bottom line is that she left that out. She left that out on purpose. Samantha needs to be terminated. She doesn't even have a valid administrative license. They gave her a courtesy one so she could come in and screw up the lives of our children. She has committed perjury regarding children. She has stolen money regarding children. And you move her to the office below you? You should have moved her out. Dr. Coons, you knew about this letter. And you let Samantha present that mess yesterday, which blew up my phone when I was working. You let Samantha present this without telling the board that we're going to lose our funding because you guys can't get it right. That was completely irresponsible. And Samantha needs to be removed. I'm going to give you, as Samantha asked for, some grace, because you're not giving our kids grace. This needs to be fixed now. It's broken. It's broken. And how do you expect the people that broke it to fix it? How do you expect the people that profit from it being broken to fix it? It's not going to happen. This is a civil rights issue. This is a civil rights issue. As a Black woman, I am outraged. You want to know what's going on with the hearing officers, sir? Hearing officers are sitting up in Blankenship and Keith's office conducting hearings at their leisure. Hearing officers are putting in their rulings that me as an advocate, I'm not a Black woman as I purport, I'm of mixed race. What does that have to do with a hearing? But they're so biased and so toxic that they don't give our parents their rights. And for the record, you wanted, sir, you wanted information as to the information that you need for special education. This is the book that's sitting up in a closet in the BDOE that nobody gives out. I get 100 of these every year and give them out to parents and put them out in libraries. Parents take these to IEP meetings, and when they try to ask the questions in this book, we get called, the police call on us. We get called disruptive. We get told that we are not being collaborative and cooperative. When we ask these questions that we're told to ask, Dr. Combs, you're new. Don't screw up this opportunity to fix it. Get rid of Samantha and don't cover it up anymore. She withheld this letter. If we find out through FOIA requests that you knew, we're going to demand your resignation as well.
Thank you, Ms. Lucas. Kathy Halverson, followed by Terrence Walker.
Good morning, board. I'm back again this month about my son in Powhatan County. Last time I was here 2 months ago, I shared, and Mr. Hanson, I want to say thank you. You're the only one that has brought up about the funding. I had mentioned last time, Powhatan County is over 730% of the legal budget, which I've included in your handouts. And it's all coming from special education improvement of instruction right here. I FOIA'd the ESSER money. You also have a copy of this. Grant number 2 and 3. Tell me, how is legal services? A nice even amount, $75,000 from grants 2 and 3 ESSER money. It's being misallocated. I have told everybody this over and over. It's misallocation. Powhatan County has spent close to $1.5 million in legal fees in 2 years. They state they cannot provide a contract for private placement. On page 30, it states private placement. They're denying my son. He has not been in a school since November 10th of 2021. He went to Believe in You Academy. Transition was amazing. You need to do 22.1-214, number E. The BDOE has the right, if I have done everything I needed to do, you need to hold Powhatan County's funding and send my son to school. So back to my son. I've been here, I've stated how gifted he was. The school stated he was not gifted because they did not want to give him a one-on-one. We learned during an annual IMP meeting, because they are receiving federal funding every year, even though they are not educating him. I FOIA'd because they unenrolled him. You've also got this up top, alert, gifted. And right here, it doesn't say unenrolled. They have my son as a 4th grade dropout. When have you heard of a gifted student being a 4th grade dropout? This is retaliation right here. My son cries at night. I finally, because I was denied an IEE, went to Dr. Ronald Federici. He has got post-traumatic stress syndrome from being restrained and turning blue. He's also been denied education since kindergarten. Since kindergarten, it's Dr. Federici, which you have, has stated educational neglect since kindergarten. He has not been given services all this time. So send a contract. He stated he needed to be at Believe in You Academy 6 weeks ago. We've got in touch with the school. No urgency, nothing. As he's got severe regression.
Ms. Halverson,
When
could
are you going
conclude your
to do
remarks?
something?
Thank you. Terrence Walker, followed by Shakita Brown. Terrence Walker. Shakita Brown. Cheryl Sims. Tammy C.
Amy C.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, board.
Good morning.
So, Mrs. Coons, I would like to start by thanking you for making the staff respond to emails. That is a baby step in the right direction. Hank has become one-on-one in email between my son. So I spoke once before. My son is 19 and he has done the same curriculum for 3 years, trying to achieve a GED. We want to try something different as they have brought no new ideas to the table. We want to give Penn Foster a try. Their brilliant idea was to put him in the 9th grade class with 14-year-olds. Wouldn't that just go over great with some Powhatan parents? I thought about coming up here and being completely silent. Then I thought, no, I refuse to step down to their level. However, that is what one of our IEPs are like, because they're run by Sands Anderson law firm, telling them what to say. And most of the time It's nothing that makes an IEP meaningful. Our IEPs are limited to 1 hour per the law firm, and most of the hour is in silence, so they can prolong the delay and deny tactic. If any of you would like to be included in the next IEP, you can get my email from Hank. He has it. Then perhaps if you sit in on a couple IEPs secretly under a different name, you could see firsthand how the IEP team isn't doing their job. Now, let's talk about Alex, Ms. Halverson's son. I watch him. He's a brilliant 11-year-old. You know, when I was his age, I would have loved to have been home for 2 years with no education because I hated getting up early and I disliked school. However, this young boy needs you to step up to the plate. I watched him create ways to include math and Minecraft and other video games. He yearns for math, absolutely loves it. To be in BNU Academy for 2 weeks and then pulled out stating no payment, he has enough to worry about with his disabilities. He hears absolutely everything. So with that being said, he probably is wondering what he did wrong that no one wants to educate him, or if he isn't good enough to be educated. Like this, like his mother said, he cries at night to be in BNU Academy and sometimes on me during the day when I watch him. I truly want to say, well, Alex, this is Virginia education for you, but I will not. I will withhold that. I mean, his mother has spoken up here for over a year. When are you going to handle the positions that you took under oath? Justice for all SPED kids and parents. Keep fighting. If you want to speak, it's once a month, sign up and share your story or anything in regards to public education in Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you. David Woodard, followed by Diane Huber.
Good morning, President Gecker, Vice President Mann, members of the Virginia Board of Education. Dr. Coons, my name is David Woodard. I'm president of the Virginia School Board Association. It's my privilege to address you today on behalf of the 800 plus school board members who proudly serve their communities across our Commonwealth. At previous meetings, the board has devoted considerable discussion to Virginia's accountability and accreditation models. VSBA strongly believes in the importance of holding school divisions accountable for the education outcomes of students. We support an accountability system that utilizes the standards of learning to measure student achievement with the inclusion of state-approved authentic measures of student growth over time. We encourage the board to include VSBA's input in any final product because as stakeholders with constitutional powers to run local school division operations, school board members will have the responsibility of informing and explaining the new system to the parents and interested parties in their communities. In this past session of the Virginia General Assembly, lawmakers passed Senate Bill 1124 and Senate Bill 1215. Respectively, these bills require the formation of working groups to look at two longstanding VSBA positions of support for the Board of Education to address school construction and maintenance and SOQ and appropriate compensation of teachers of the Commonwealth. VSBA supported both pieces of legislation, so hopes to have an opportunity to be a part of this conversation. For the past 2 years, we have heard from the current administration the desire for collaboration and partnership. As one of the largest associations representing public servants who have the constitutional responsibility to operate public schools, we stand ready to partner and collaborate to build stronger, more vibrant schools systems that are accountable to our parents, our communities, and all our citizens with a vested interest in the future. However, we are disappointed that calls for collaboration and partnership seem to be just words lacking follow-through and action. VSBA will continue to advocate for policies that lead to strong public schools and remains hopeful that calls for a partnership and collaboration will include us with a seat at the table. Finally, I'd like to offer VSBA's appreciation to President Gecker, Vice President Mann, and Virginia Board Member Davis Vaught for your service on the Virginia Board of Education. VSBA appreciates your partnership and we have had with you in your tenure on the board and looks forward to working with current board members as well as developing relationships with the new appointees to the board once they're nominated by Governor Youngkin. I thank you for your time today and for all you do on behalf of public education in the Commonwealth.
Thank you. Diane Huber, followed by Wendy Amato. Morning.
Good morning, President Gecker, members of the board, and Superintendent Coons. I am Dr. Diane Huber, the founder of iTeach, and I'm here speaking on item C. 20 years ago, while working at a large state institution in teacher preparation, I wondered why it was so expensive for teachers, for individuals to become teachers. And it was a financial barrier to keep people out of our wonderful profession. I founded iTeach to remove that financial barrier. Some in the education arena thought that the low cost of iTeach meant low standards, low quality in teacher preparation. Nothing was further from the truth. I wanted to offer assurances to our applicants and to our school districts that we met or exceeded the high standards set by institutions of higher ed. In 2009, iTeach became the first and currently the only non-institution of higher education to obtain CAPE accreditation. We maintain that accreditation today, and our next site visit is scheduled for 2027. Through working with CAPE for almost 15 years, iTeach is focused on the continued review of our curriculum and programs components to ensure complete alignment with the most recent research on instruction and learning, legislative mandates, and best practices of supporting novice teachers through district division collaboration. The division applications before you today are premier examples of a true division EPP collaborative with both entities working together side by side to prepare high quality teachers. iTeach will deliver the curriculum and the districts will deliver the mentoring and induction components of teacher certification. Oftentimes in today's world, more time is spent on criticizing the solution to the problem than focusing on the problem. The board has reviewed two 2021 studies on teacher preparation in Texas. I would like to give you two examples of the great work iTeach is doing right now, close to your home. iTeach was selected by Dr. Carla Warren, Assistant Superintendent in West Virginia, to work with 180 paraprofessionals to take them to certification. Additionally, iTeach has been identified by Dr. Rebecca Estes, Assistant Sup in Indiana, to collaborate on STEM. We ask you to approve the applications before you without any conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy Amato, followed by Mo Gaffney.
President Gecker, Dr. Goons, and board members. My name is Dr. Wendy Amato. I'm speaking on agenda item C. I have the distinct privilege to continue advancing educational standards and expectations as our organization's chief academic officer. My office is in Charlottesville. I began teaching in 1991 and have spent the last 30 plus years of my career engaged in education. I started as a teacher, became an administrator, I've been responsible for recruitment and retention. My experience became my commitment to supporting educators. It also informed my graduate and postgraduate studies. I earned my Master's of Education from the University of Virginia, focusing on language acquisition. I then completed my PhD from the University of Virginia in curriculum and instruction. Since 2009, I've had the joy of being employed by UVA as an instructor in the School of Education. I'm currently teaching 2 courses, World Language Teaching Methods and Cross-Cultural Education for Diverse Learners. I frequently teach a specific section for a cohort out of Alexandria. My resume shows that I'm embedded in the formal education system of Virginia, but that's just a sliver of my story and only part of the explanation for my continued desire to make Virginia public schools the best. What won't appear on my resume or teaching accomplishments is that I live and breathe the fruit of the Virginia education system when I encounter young students on grounds, downtown, or in my neighborhood. I get to call Virginia home. My husband and I registered our only child for kindergarten in our city schools, and we watched her graduate in state from William and Mary. The importance of quality education is never far from my mind or vision or action. I have confidence in the efforts of this board in putting forth all what we need for the next generation's education. I'm personally invested in similar work to ensure that high quality training is available for any aspiring new teacher. As my organization's chief academic officer, I'm responsible for holding rigorous training as a non-negotiable. I'm proud to work closely with Dr. Amy Anderson and our curriculum team to produce some of the strongest content available while also keeping it accessible. Earning CAPE accreditation has been a crowning achievement, but I do not allow that achievement to bring complacency. We all know curriculum improvement continues through program reflection, continuous improvement practices, current research, alignment with state standards, and attentiveness to state requirements, non-negotiable. I share the Commonwealth's high standards and high expectations, and am working here right alongside the divisions on behalf of our students to help our state's educators. I respectfully ask that you approve these divisions applications with no conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mo Gaffney, followed by Amy Anderson.
Good morning, Dr. Coons, President Gecker, and board members. My name is Dr. Mo Gaffney, and I'm a Charlottesville native. I have taught in public school and private school in Charlottesville, both Charlottesville and Albemarle County schools, and I'm also taught at the University of Virginia. Today, I'm speaking on agenda item C, as you probably guessed. I have most recently served as a principal for 11 years, and I firsthand experienced the teacher shortage for elementary teachers and how difficult that was. Currently, in my role, I am the Mid-Atlantic Regional Director of iTeach. And since August, I have met in Virginia with over 50 divisions to share about iTeach based on House Bill 2486. And I have covered every part of Virginia, including Bristol. Today, several of the divisions are here and they will share with you their specific needs. And I have shared with you their letters. Some of them you saw last time and some are new. And they wanted me to represent them. Consistent with national trends, as you know, in Virginia, we are experiencing the teacher shortage. Governor Youngkin's executive directive number 3 addresses the crisis, stating that one of his administration's top priorities is to ensure that every classroom in Virginia has great teachers. iTeach can help reduce the red tape associated with teacher licensure and can provide high quality teachers in every classroom in Virginia. I have partnered with the 22 iTeach division applications before you today. As you know, they have numerous teachers on provisional license and were not able to fill several of their vacancies this school year and are experiencing the same challenges for next year. These divisions, boards, and superintendents have partnered with iTeach to offer a CAPE accredited alternative certification option. Passing the Praxis is a challenge for many of these folks wanting to become teachers, and iTeach offers a state-of-the-art passage preparation, a test preparation tool that will help teachers prepare and pass the test. You have heard from the divisions in their applications and letters, and you'll hear from some today, that iTeach is cost-effective and time-effective way to get teachers licensed without lowering the academic standards. iTeach is equitable in allowing a more affordable option for licensure. In closing, I'm asking on behalf of the children in Virginia that you would approve iTeach with no conditions. Thank you for your service and thank you for allowing us to speak today.
Amy Anderson, followed by Andrew Roselle.
Good morning, Mr. President Gecker, members of the board, and Superintendent Coons. My name is Amy Anderson. I am the Director of Curriculum and Instruction for iTeach. It is my pleasure to speak with you today regarding the iTeach curriculum alignment to Virginia Standards of Learning, with special attention to address the feedback from item K, the first review of divisions partnering with the iTeach application document. The iTeach professional courses are in-task aligned and CAPE accredited. Extensive work was completed to align the Virginia Standards of Learning to the professional iTeach courses and provide a foundation of knowledge on which the ancillary courses build upon. A detailed document has been provided to you that shows the alignment of iTeach courses to the Virginia Administrative Code. We are happy to provide continuous competency assurances by the Department of Education, as mentioned by Superintendent Coons yesterday. The iTeach curriculum is rigorous. Facilitated through Canvas, our learning management system, educator candidates learn best practices of teaching and learning through the application of Virginia Standards of Learning to the course assignments. For example, educator candidates set goals, demonstrate comprehension, create lesson plans, evaluate strategies, and reflect on their own practice. These learning experiences are applied in their placement, in turn supports the development of content pedagogical knowledge. iTeach Virginia educator candidates are granted full video subscription to access the teaching channel, which includes approximately 1,500 exemplary videos, many of which are included in the courses. The courses are facilitated by qualified instructors who support educator candidates through constructive feedback aligned to rubrics on submitted assignments and correspondence until sufficient evidence of mastery is met. As a result, the course experience and level of mastery are exceptionally consistent. iTeach is committed to program improvement. Addressing President Gecker's concerns expressed yesterday, yes, we are for profit, but we are more importantly for students, for teachers, and for you, the Commonwealth. I'm a former 8th grade math and algebra 1 teacher. Then I was a math instructional coach and then an administrator. I understand firsthand how amazing teachers' hearts are and how important adequate training is. We do not take this responsibility lightly. Responding to new research and the changing landscape of education is essential to ensuring educator candidates are prepared with current trends for student success. Our course committees that include subject matter experts, course developers, and course instructors meet quarterly to review course materials, trends and submissions, and course correspondence. The collaborative efforts of the course committees influence course improvements. Additionally, educator candidates complete end-of-course surveys that are used to inform course improvements. Program improvement is continuous. iTeach is responsive to progressive changes in standards, and in response, coursework is expeditiously revised to align to new standards as they become approved. Similar work has recently been completed to align courses in Florida to their new standards of learning. It's our intent to provide an efficient and comprehensive pathway for educator candidates to satisfy the requirements and competencies approved by the Virginia Department of Education so that teachers across the Commonwealth have the access to high quality, affordable, flexible, and
You can
efficient
conclude your
pathways.
comments.
Thank you so much
Thank
for your time. I hope you have a lovely day.
Thank you. Andrew Roselle, followed by Jeremy Bennett.
Morning, good to see you again. Superintendent Coons, President Gecker, and members of the board. I'm here speaking on item C. iTeach has been training teachers for over 20 years. The impetus for our creation was to provide an affordable and accessible route to high-quality training. This remains true 20 years later. I'm confident that the quality of our training and the reputation we've built is the reason we are the identified partner in the 22 applications before you. As stated in the board's second priority, the board is to, quote, advance policies that increase the number of candidates entering the teaching profession and encourage and support the recruitment, development, and retention of well-prepared and skilled teachers and school leaders. Recently, I had an individual apply to our program for a job. And when I was reading the resume, it's so aligned to the job description, I felt that they wrote their resume in response to the job posting. In a strange way, I feel similar about the 20-year-old mission of iTeach aligning so well with the priorities of this board. The alignment is strikingly similar. Yesterday, a concern was brought up in work session regarding our sole source language and some of the partnership agreements. I wanted to say that many large districts that have had access to and completed the legal process have kept the language as drafted in the MOU. Some of these districts and divisions include Loudoun, Arlington, Henrico, the Isle of Wight, and others. However, based on the feedback yesterday, I'm willing to re-engage with each of our partners to discuss modifications to the language if necessary or reconfirm the agreement of such language. Yesterday, we spoke about iTeach being an option, and Travis Holder from Fairfax called us a menu item. And in line with that, we certainly want to keep options available if the other options are of similar quality and also CAPE accredited. I believe that one of the reasons that Virginia has so many provisionally licensed teachers, as noted by Ann Holton in the April meeting, is that a true alternative to higher education does not exist. With that, I'm confident that because higher ed is the primary option, many teachers are not making the needed financial or time commitment to complete their licensure at a college. Many already have a degree and are not seeking another degree or more college credit. iTeach provides accessible, rigorous, and affordable training for teachers. It can help lessen the number of provisional teachers as well as help recruit new teachers to the profession. The board includes conditions on the division applications where teachers are still required to complete college coursework. We thereby provide them the same option they currently have. As you've heard from Dr. Huber and Dr. Anderson, we pride ourselves in our quality instruction and have earned the same approval as many of the universities here in Virginia, some of which UVA, James Madison, William and Mary, VCU, and the University of Richmond are all CAPE accredited institutes. As provided in the supplemental packet requested by the board, we articulated how our courses meet and even exceed the requirements of the application conditions articulated in April. Also in the packet, we demonstrate that Nevada requires methods courses just like Virginia, except in Nevada, those courses can be completed at a university or iTeach. We are confident in the content and quality of our application and of our program. We are proud to have helped 20,000 individuals find fulfilling careers in education. And we're proud that the new teacher of the year in Las Vegas, the 5th largest school district, was an iTeach completer. We are seeking to earn the approval of the submitted application with no additional conditions placed so that we can partner with the efforts of the department and the board to achieve a mutual goal, provide every student with a highly effective, well-trained teacher. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy Bennett, followed by Delphine Joppi.
Morning, President Gecker, members of the board, Superintendent Coons. My name is Jeremy Bennett, representing the Virginia Association of Counties, VACO. Before I get into the meat of my remarks, just want to say thank you to Ms. Davis-Vaught, Dr. Mann, President Gecker, for all your service and leadership on issues of education. Particularly, Dr. Mann, your leadership in early childhood matters. And President Gecker, certainly, since I've been in education policy, you've been a feature of this board. So appreciate your leadership and your accessibility. I'm come here today to talk about two pieces of legislation that the General Assembly passed this past session, specifically SB 1215 and SB 1124. As you may be aware, the former requires the Department of Education to convene a stakeholder work group no later than August of this year to consider and make recommendations on the appropriateness, feasibility, potential fiscal impact, and potential unintended consequences of certain definitions for and calculations of competitive teacher pay. The latter bill requires the Board of Education to make recommendations to the General Assembly for amendments to the standards of quality to establish standards for the maintenance and operations, renovation, and new construction of public and secondary school buildings. The bill requires the board to solicit input of relevant stakeholders and the public in developing such recommendations. VACO respectfully asks that the department consider and that we have our seat at the table for both of these work groups and studies, both the teacher compensation work group and the school construction standards. Both issues are of great concern and importance to local governments. As I'm sure you're aware, local governments are the majority funding partners in the Commonwealth when it comes to K-12 public education, and they do so to the tune of $4.2 billion more than they're required to under the required local effort. So though we are thankful for the recent actions of the General Assembly to provide additional funding for teacher compensation, and we're supportive of Virginia reaching the national average for compensation, as you're aware, when the state proposes teacher salary increases, local governments not only have to provide the local share to access state funds for SOQ positions, but also the full share for all other positions that are currently employed. So additionally, we are very appreciative of the $1.25 billion appropriated by the General Assembly for school construction and renovation. However, as you're aware, the total cost to fully replace or renovate schools in Virginia is approaching $25 billion. And we're appreciative of those funds being put forward, but until last year, that cost has been solely funded by local governments across the Commonwealth. So, for these reasons, we respectfully request to be a part of these conversations going forward. And in conclusion, VACO appreciates the work of the Board of Education. We stand by to be ready partners in these efforts and make sure that students in Virginia have access and opportunities for the best education possible. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Delphine Joppi, followed by Tony Childress. Morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Coons. I'm Delphine Joppi. I serve as superintendent for Charles City County Public Schools. And as you know, the teacher shortage has impacted schools and school districts across our nation. And this shortage deeply impacts small and rural school divisions like Charles City County and in schools where there's high need. I appreciate the efforts our state has made to address the issue, such as looking at critical shortage teaching endorsement areas, working with VRS and determining candidate eligibility for the Virginia Teaching Scholarship Loan Program, and the development of the Recruitment and Retention Advisory Committee with representatives from key stakeholders across all 8 superintendent regions. The team worked diligently to develop a strategic plan called Turning the Tide, Addressing the Educator Shortage in Virginia. And that plan has 3 overarching goals: reducing barriers for qualified individuals to enter the profession, increasing the number of candidates eligible to fill public schools. And for us, that's the areas of special education, mathematics, science, and CTE. And that third goal is strengthening strategies to recruit and retain a diverse, highly qualified educator workforce. iTeach would support these goals. And we support iTeach as an alternative teacher certification program, just as another route, another path, if you will, to addressing the teacher shortage. They have an innovative approach to alternative teacher certification, working to develop the next generation of educators through an intentional combination of coursework, exams, and hands-on field experience. And if our division was fortunate to receive educators via this path, they would receive the mentorship that we provide to all new educators, new to the division, new to the profession, and they would also receive all relevant ongoing professional development. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony Childress, followed by Ann Tatus.
Good morning, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Coons, and guests. I'd like to begin by thanking the board and VDOE for thinking outside of the box to assist school divisions within the Commonwealth with this teacher shortage. My name is Dr. Tony Childress, Supervisor of HR for a small division, Charles City Public Schools. As my superintendent, Dr. Joppi, stated, our small rural division has a high need for quality teachers. We believe iTeach fits our division's high standards for teachers. What we have in our division are college graduates and long-term substitutes who want to become teachers. These are graduates and substitutes from many walks of life, but who want to teach in our schools. These individuals are vested in the division. They are graduates of Charles City, community members, parents, young substitutes who have found their passion in teaching while substituting. These are the individuals we want to capture through an alternate route to licensure with high standards like iTeach. In addition, iTeach fits into our current division mentorship program that involves one-on-one weekly meetings with administration and mentors, consistent weekly PLC meetings with other grade level teachers, and monthly meetings with our division mentorship program. Fortunately, our schools are already practicing PLCs, which foster conversations around data and instruction while also providing support. New teachers benefit from our PLCs because they meet weekly and have discussions regarding the instructional practices and research-based strategies important to the overall instructional program. Secondly, a supportive measure our principals employ is the weekly meetings with new teachers. This provides one-on-one uninterrupted time to discuss concerns and needs with an administrator. This works really well with our walkthroughs our division administrators conduct regularly, providing feedback to teachers and discussing how to improve student engagement and learning. Thirdly, our division assigns seasoned mentor teachers to all new teachers. This allows for quick questions that new teachers may have regarding practices, procedures, or anything else. These relationships are valuable to a new teacher and must be nurtured throughout the year. Our teacher mentors and new teachers meet monthly as a group with division leaders and individually to discuss specific needs. Our goal is to support our new teachers with seasoned teachers, administrators, and specialists so that there are no questions that ever go unanswered, and we have the very best in front of our students. It is our mission to increase the number of qualified candidates entering the teacher profession. I ask that you approve iTeach with no conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Tatus, followed by Akita Manazade. See Ms. Tatus, is Agita Manazade here? Chris Jones.
Good morning, President Gecker, Vice President Mann, members of the board, Superintendent Kuntz. My name is Dr. Chris Jones, and I'm the Executive Director for the Virginia affiliate of ASCD. This morning, I'm also wearing three other hats, those of a former high school principal of a diverse student body of just over 2,500 students, a math teacher, and father of 4 of Virginia's public school students. It is an honor and a privilege to stand before you today. I would like to commend Superintendent Kuntz for her willingness to collaborate, engage the organizations that support Virginia's students, families, and educators, and to take time to listen and learn during her entry. We recognize your hard work and appreciate your approach. I'm here to speak briefly regarding the revised math standards. We appreciate the thorough and collaborative process that involved the stakeholders across the Commonwealth to create a draft of standards that are aligned to the needs of Virginia students. Within the standards, we see the potential for deeper learning, implementation of the 5 C's and durable skills, incorporation of NCTM's process standards, context-based learning, and embedding the 17 career clusters, opportunities for interdisciplinary connections, a greater vertical alignment with connections across the standards, and an increase in data collection and analysis. I am hopeful that we can use what we learned from the missteps in the process during the revision of the history and social science standards. We can and should trust Tina Mazzacane and her team. Finally, I would like to raise a concern about the updated timeline proposed, which differs significantly from the one approved by the board in January 2022. The timeline included a development year to finalize a framework, gather and share resources, provide professional learning for teachers, and create assessment items for summative, benchmark, and achievement tests. The timeline included a crosswalk year to make the transition as smooth as possible for students, families, and classroom teachers. 2025-26 was designated as the full implementation year. By removing the development year and jumping straight to a crosswalk year, we are putting an unnecessary strain on students and families, teachers, school and division support staff, and the system itself. It is also worth noting that we are in the summer months, and crosswalk implementation beginning after the school year has started is detrimental to the success of teaching and learning. Students on a 4x4 calendar and students in accelerated math classes would feel a significant impact of the decision to remove the development year. We should not rush implementation for the reasons the original timeline was developed. And I would underscore that now, amidst a staffing shortage, teacher burnout, student mental health crisis, and initiative oversaturation would not be a time to accelerate the timeline and change what was approved by the board. I urge you to spend sufficient time contemplating the impact such an accelerated timeline will have on our students and their families, our classroom teachers, and our school and division leaders throughout the Commonwealth. Finally, I would like to show appreciation and gratitude to President Gecker, Dr. Mann, and Dr. Davis-Vaught for your years of service on this board and to Virginia students. Your leadership, advocacy, and courage are inspiring and will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Estes, followed by Ellen Burnett.
Good morning, school board members and Superintendent Coons. I'm speaking on behalf of the Prince George County Public Schools as the Chief Human Resources Officer. What I implore you to keep in mind today as you take action on alternate route applications for us to partner with iTeach is the context for our request. Imagine a school division with over half of 500 teaching faculty with less than 5 years teaching experience, including 50 provisional teachers and 31 international teachers with a limited 3-year visitation cycle. Add in 40 unfilled vacancies, not including the many unfilled specialized positions that we have with the use of over 30 subcontracted special education resource providers. And you have just part of the context that we face in real time today in Prince George. This creates one of the most challenging eras in education I have seen in my 30 years, and it threatens our goals for providing a quality education for all students. I can attest that we are doing everything we can to address this, but we need you to support our efforts with this option. We have held monthly job site on-site job fairs, attended many college fairs as we can, constantly engaged in social media campaigns, offer sign-on bonuses, critical shortage stipends, increased tuition reimbursement, visited college and university campuses to recruit on-site, created our own future teacher pipeline with our high school students using Teach for Tomorrow student internships, and we are pre-offering employment to these students for 4 years from now to come back and teach with us. It's incredible. We have overhauled our recognition programs, raised salaries, and implemented as many options as we can to create the optimal environment for our teachers to work in. It is vital that we expand licensure routes and use innovative options available to us to rebuild the teaching workforce. We have structures in place for new teachers. We have teacher academies. We have mentor teacher programs, professional development, and we will continue to do all that we can to support and retain those entering the teaching profession. But we are asking for your help now to approve this additional path for us to increase our pool of candidates and offer another path to becoming a teacher. Our context does not permit us to delay finding solutions. We are excited. I want to say that we are excited about iTeach and the opportunity that it creates for us to find new candidates and help them move forward becoming teachers. So we ask that you please move forward with supporting this option for us. And we thank you for your leadership and your work.
Okay, Ellen Burnett, Courtney Baker. Ellen Burnett. Courtney Baker. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you. Sorry, I can't see around that corner, so fortunately, Dr. Mann can, and she says, she's coming, be quiet now. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, Honorable Chairman, esteemed members of the Virginia School Board of Education, and Superintendent Coons. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address you today. My name is Dr. Courtney Baker. I'm an Associate Professor of Mathematics Education at George Mason University and Director of the Mathematics Education Center there. Yesterday, you heard about the 5 areas of focus that guided the 2023 Mathematics Standards of Learning revisions. I stand before you today to first share data that explains why the 5 areas of focus are a necessary shift, and second, present an information guide that illuminates the research behind the 5 areas of focus. Currently, Virginia students are barely performing above the national average in mathematics. After K-12 schooling, many students struggle in college-level mathematics because of incomplete and insecure understandings.
These data are problematic because mathematics is the core of countless disciplines and industries and integral to the everyday experiences of adults in the United States, regardless of career. Fortunately, there is a solution. Research consistently shows that students who develop a deep understanding of mathematical concepts outperform their peers who solely rely on memorization and rote problems. Thus, I present an 8-page information guide endorsed by 4 Virginia organizations with representation of K-12 educators and higher education faculty across all 8 regions of Virginia. This information packet illuminates the research-informed areas of focus that have guided the 2023 Mathematics Standards of Learning revisions. It draws on recommendations by the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics and the National Assessment of Educational Progress that define the math content and thinking skills students need to pursue a full range of college and career opportunities. And most importantly, the areas of focus align with the state initiatives to promote high expectations and excellence for all students. Improving vertical articulation equips our students with the necessary foundation for higher level mathematics courses and future STEM-related careers. Incorporating data literacy cultivates critical thinking skills and promotes digital citizenship. Strengthening content connections fosters deeper understanding. Explicitly embedding Virginia's math process goals enables students to see the interrelationships among all ideas. And increasing rigor and depth affords students opportunities to develop conceptual understanding while simultaneously preparing them to compete on a global scale. Together, these research-informed 5 areas of focus will equip our students with the skills necessary for success and provide them with a competitive advantage that enhances their employability prospects. In conclusion, I urge this esteemed board to prioritize the intentional enactment of a research-informed mathematics education grounded in excellence and approve the proposed 2023 Mathematics Standards of Learning and ultimately the 5 areas of focus. Thank you for your time and consideration of these requests.
Thank you. Karen Riddick, followed by Emily Branch. Morning.
Good morning, Mr. President, other board members, Dr. Coons. I'm Karen Riddick. I serve as the Chief Human Resource Officer for Greensville County Public Schools under the leadership of Dr. Kelvin Edwards. Thank you all so much for your efforts in understanding the needs of school divisions across the Commonwealth in regard to teacher shortages and allowing us to be here to speak on behalf and support of iTeach as an alternative teacher education program. In Greensville County, it's a rural area. We employ about 187 teachers. We have 43 who are currently on provisional licenses, 30 international teachers. Out of the 43 provisional licenses, 29 of those expire June 30th, 2023, and they have not completed their education requirements. A lot of those barriers have been for they can't afford the cost, and this is in addition to the tuition reimbursement that we give them for these courses. So it is really, we were excited about the idea of iTeach because it is affordable and because it is time effective. What we have done as a division in this teacher shortage, we have become the teacher education program for our teachers. We have created a new teacher support program. We have hired a new teacher support coordinator. We have employed 3 part-time mentors for the division, and then each new teacher is giving a seasoned mentor within their building. We have support sessions monthly. We have professional development for these teachers to support them because we've learned that they will stay with us if we support them. We had 21 that we employed this year. We lost 3. And I think our new teacher support program really helped us in keeping those teachers. So with iTeach, we need some help to be able to get these teachers licensed quicker so that we can keep these teachers in our small division, in all divisions. I think we will all impact teaching greatly. As we know, the numbers are decreasing where people are no longer going to school saying, I want to be a teacher. And so we have to find the best fit for our divisions and those who are eligible for a provisional license. iTeach will help us get our teachers licensed quicker and keep them in the profession. Thank you so much for your consideration and for voting to choose iTeach for our alternative education program. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Branch, followed by Amy Beaumont.
Good morning, Board President, board members, and Superintendent Coons. My name is Emily Branch, and I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer of Dinwiddie County Public Schools. We are in a rural area, and I, along with my colleagues who have spoken before me, are oftentimes competing and considering the same pool of candidates during this. My pleasure to speak with you this morning in regards to my support of the board approving the iTeach program as an alternative route to licensure. I'd like to call attention to priority 2 of your published priorities, which says that you will advance priorities that increase the number of candidates entering the teaching profession and encourage and support the recruitment, development, and retention of well-prepared and skilled teachers and school leaders. Among many other school divisions that have come today seeking your approval, I would like to base my reasoning on 3 factors: credibility, flexibility and affordability, and supportability and retainability. Credibility. We already have heard that iTeach is a CAPE accredited program. iTeach is also already approved in several states, and I would love for Virginia and the Commonwealth of Virginia, to be one of them. As far as flexibility and affordability, iTeach offers over 30 endorsement areas for certification. We can very well much benefit from those endorsement areas, especially from elementary education and special education, as it would help us in having a predetermined list of approved content areas that would be beneficial to us who lack the resources of providing on the spot licensure evaluations for prospective applicants. iTeach also provides our teachers the opportunity to be able to complete this training in the comforts of their home at a fraction of the traditional cost, and would also remove some of the financial burdens that many of our up-and-coming teachers experience at this time. Concerning supportability and retainability, DCPS, Dinwiddie County Public Schools, has a new teacher induction process that would support teachers while they complete the iTeach program. Our induction program consists of onboarding, orientation, and assigned mentors and liaisons for the first year to ensure our teachers have a smooth transition. Our onboarding includes introducing them to our organizational culture, to online tools, and to resources that are available in the school system as they come into their first year as a teacher. Orientation includes an intensive all-day PD training that is based on professional development from James Strong and his book called Smart from the Start. Lastly, our new teachers support mentors support them on a monthly basis to cover various topics that would also complement the iTeach program. In conclusion, I believe that this streamlined program will be successful in increasing our recruiting and retention efforts and will help us in our efforts of reducing our 50+ provisionally licensed teachers and ongoing in our school division. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Amy Bowles, followed by Dr. Deb Crawford.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The Math SOL revision is an opportunity to implement science-based standards. Cognitive science statistics have long stressed the importance of memorizing math facts to provide the building blocks for problem solving, just as phonics provide the building blocks for literacy. Despite this, Virginia's 2016 SOLs don't ask students to know any math facts from memory. The proposed draft rectifies this. Kudos. That is a significant step forward and will help Virginia's students solidify their math foundations. The department should go even further by highlighting standard algorithms as well. While the incorporation of the science of math is excellent, there are other areas of the draft where this could be made. First, the draft emphasized conceptual understanding and applications, advocating for going deeper into a reduced number of big ideas. However, like squeezing a balloon, if you go deeper in one area, you're going to spend less time in another. Unfortunately, the draft delays and deletes important math content throughout the grades. 2-digit multiplication, addition of fractions were delayed a year. Sizable chunks of math analysis were deleted. These delays and deletions reduce rigor, not enhance it. Even the pro core Fordham Institute, the Pro Common Core Fordham Institute warned Virginia that it overemphasized applications in its 2016 SOLs. Despite this, the current draft skews even further towards applications. Second, given learning losses, the proposed standards should focus on core math. Instead, the draft adopts the Virginia Math Pathways Initiative's call for inquiry learning data analysis. The administration ended VMPI, so why is it appearing in the draft SOLs? Inquiry-based data cycles are time-consuming and technology-intensive. The draft has students pose questions, conduct surveys and experiments, and calls for third graders to graph data in spreadsheets. Not many 8-year-olds know how to make Excel charts. Are you going to teach them the Excel in math class and take math time for that? Surveys, experiments, technology instructions have no mathematical content, so why place them in math class? Throughout Virginia, educators are searching for innovative ways to boost instructional time for math to remediate learning loss. Well, here's an idea. Take out the data cycles from the SOLs, which will allow teachers to devote 100% of time to math and math class to math. The SOLs can still cover probability and statistics, the same as they always have. The issue is the inquiry learning component. That issue should be left to the districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Deb Crawford, followed by Janelle Spitz.
Honorable Chairman, Virginia Board of Education and Superintendent Coons, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Deb Crawford, and I serve as Mathematics and World Language Supervisor in Frederick County Public Schools and a lead on the Virginia Data Science team. I support the 2023 Virginia Math Standards of Learning revisions because of what they offer our learners. The 5 focal points of the revisions ensure that all Virginia students receive an education grounded in excellence, are proficient in K-12 math, and are college and career ready. All 5 focal points are important. 1, design a coherent progression from one year to the next. 2, build a data literacy skill set so valued across all job sectors. 3, emphasize big ideas and connections between concepts to support stronger understanding and achievement. 4, teach through the math process goals. 5, build deep mathematical understanding through tasks with high cognitive demand. I'll choose one to highlight: data literacy. Today's learners already live in a world defined by data. About 8% of the world's data has been created in the past 2 years. Employers are desperate to find workers with data-related skills. Data already plays a pivotal role in our homes, our workplaces, and our communities, but not yet in most classrooms. The 23 SOL math revisions offer a solution: a vertical K-12 progression of experiences using the data cycle to develop data literacy so valued by the workforce. Data literacy is quickly becoming a fundamental requirement for professionals in every discipline and industry as traditional conceptions of data have changed. It will be vital that students know how to use an iterative process to formulate questions, collect or acquire data, clean, analyze, and model with data in order to communicate results for decision-making. Early exposure matters. The National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine noted that early exposure leads to expanded access later in data science fields. Have you heard about the Data Science and Literacy Act of '23? Even the US House of Representatives has created that Literacy Act in order to provide grants to schools to increase funding for data literacy and data science. Data science is not a subject just for some. It is a skill set for all. And all of our students will be coming for all of our students in the new revised math standards of learning. Please retain the original implementation timeline in order to plan to do this well and approve the revised math standards of learning. Thank you for all you do for our Virginia learners.
Thank you. Janelle Spitz, followed by Kim Hammond.
Good morning, President Gecker, Superintendent Coons, and board members. I'm Janelle Spitz, Recruitment and Retention Coordinator for Newport News Public Schools, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak for the approval of iTeach. This has been my 25th year with Newport News Public Schools. I started my education journey as a provisional English teacher, moved to school administration as an assistant principal and principal, and currently serve our division as Recruitment and Retention Coordinator. Newport News Public Schools has provided me with amazing opportunities for learning and growth, and I know many others who can say the same. None of this would have been possible had it not been for a provisional teaching license and the support I received from Newport News. I was several years out of college with a bachelor's degree in psychology and a full-time non-teaching job. Quitting my job to return to school to become a teacher was not an option. A provisional teaching license allowed me time to finish the classes I needed to become a teacher. What it did not allow for was a flexible, affordable way to take these classes. After teaching students all day, I would attend school several nights a week until 10 p.m. I'm not sure how I managed to do this, but I can tell you without a doubt, I would not be able to do this today. And it's not just because I'm 25 years older. The teaching profession has changed, resulting in increasing stress and burnout among our teachers, and especially among those within their first 5 years. We've lost good teachers who were not able to finish their provisional requirements due to cost and time. The VDOE can continue to provide teaching candidates with flexible paths to licensure. Newport News can provide supports for our new teachers, such as New Teacher Welcome Week, a robust mentoring program, New Teacher Institute, and PLCs. And iTeach can provide affordable, flexible, quality courses that will allow teachers to enhance, not exhaust, their teaching capabilities. Traditional education programs have their place, but they are not graduating as many education majors as years past, and they are not a viable option for adults looking for a change of career. In particular, the need for iTeach is urgent for those candidates who want to become elementary or special education teachers. In elementary school, we are building the education foundation, and our students with disabilities need teachers with the knowledge to create individualized educational plans to meet the needs of each learner. Every candidate we lose due to a lack of flexible, affordable options is a detriment to our children and our current teachers who take on additional responsibilities because there is not enough teaching staff. iTeach offers us one solution to the teaching shortage by eliminating barriers and opening doors to future teachers. By approving their application as submitted, we will be one step closer to providing qualified teachers in every classroom for every student. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Hammond.
Good morning, President Gecker, Superintendent Coons, and board members. My name is Kim Hammond, and I'm the Training and Development Coordinator for Newport News Public Schools, and I'm here to advocate for the approval of iTeach. Like you, Newport News is committed to ensuring every classroom has a knowledgeable, engaged, and supported teacher. Thank you for advancing policies that increase the number of candidates entering the teaching profession and encourage and support the recruitment, development, and retention of well-prepared and skilled teachers. Newport News Public Schools educates 28,680 children in 42 schools. We employ 1,700 teachers. We have approximately 475 licensed teachers who are on provisional license at this time. Our 5-year data trend suggests that we will hire approximately 250 teachers this year. Your decision today will directly impact them and the trajectory of their lives and their students. As you know, many of the teachers that we will hire will be on a provisional path. We are also concerned about the rising number of provisionally licensed teachers their license are expiring. They're leaving the profession, and we need an additional option. I have served as an English teacher, lead teacher, assistant principal, and principal at the elementary, middle, and secondary levels in Virginia for 31 years. I remember being told as an English teachers, we were a dime a dozen. We know that that is no longer true. The teacher shortage is definitely real. Today, an integral part of my job is connecting newly hired teachers with pathways to licensure. iTeach is an option to ensure that our teachers have highly trained and skilled teachers in their classroom. The iTeach program offers 2 characteristics that are crucial in today's labor market: affordability and flexibility. Newport News is a division that firmly believes that smart is something that you become. This philosophy comes alive in our work with our students and our adults. We are dedicated to developing the expertise of our teachers and offering a variety of structures to support professional learning and growth. iTeach participants will be supported by a mentor, team, lead teacher, and building level coordinators. iTeach candidates will participate in the Newport News Mentor Program. The program features a strong focus on coaching, collaboration, feedback, and reflection, and advances new teachers' growth and development. iTeach participants grades K through 5 will be supported by our teacher coaches. iTeach participants will also be supported by curriculum supervisors and specialists. This is a coaching, visiting classrooms, offering specialized PD, providing resources, and collaboratively developing lessons. We also identify model teachers for each grade level and core content areas. My role to monitor the progress and success of each iTeach participant. I thank the board for the opportunity to be heard. Please approve iTeach. Imagine July 1 new hires on an immediate path and better prepared for the first day of school. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that actually exhausts, I guess, the list of people who have signed up. Is there anybody else who has not had an opportunity to speak previously who would like to address the board? Yes, sir. Good morning.
Morning, sir. Sorry, I didn't know the system had changed. I'd emailed Ms. Webb to sign up to speak. My name is Rich Lieberman. I'm from Spotsylvania County. First, I want to thank both the outgoing board members and the ones still here. Public service is not easy. So thank you for your time. You get people like me coming up to yell at you. I'm here to follow up on your statements about the licensure of Mark Taylor in Spotsylvania County. When you were considering a license for him under option 4, which states the way someone without education experience can be granted a superintendent's license, I came and spoke about another portion of the law, 8 VA C20-390-10. It showed additional requirements in the law above option 4 that Mark Taylor did not meet. For example, experience, saying he had to have at least 5 years of education experience, saying he had to have it within the past 4 years. When I spoke about it before you granted the license, you guys ignored it. You focused on his social media post. The next month, a bunch more Spotsylvania residents came down. Myself and another person spoke about this law. And Mr. Gecker, you said, yes, it does seem to be in conflict with what this board did. And you were going to send it to the Attorney General and get an opinion. Spotsylvania is waiting. We haven't heard anything. It's been, what, 7, 8 months? So I'm not sure. So I did a FOIA. And the information, so the Spotsylvania sent this code that I'm talking about to John Russell, who was, I believe, was the special superintendent for the then, he was a special assistant to the then state superintendent. And you know, it's in the news. It's in the news of this law, but it also shows that John Russell never forwarded it to anybody else. Then what's interesting, before the hiring process was even completed, John Russell was given a job in Spotsylvania County that was created the day before for 6 figures, a position that we'd never had before. A month after you granted Mr. All right, so I did that, I'm sorry. Since the time of all this, while we're waiting for you to answer, Spotsylvania has spiraled. Parents are now being harassed by senior staff, including John Russell, both in person and online. When complaints are filed within the school system policy says they're supposed to respond in 15 days. It's been 3 months. But we file our complaints and within hours, they're posted on an attack website on a Saturday, but yet we still can't even get a response from our school system. We have staff leaving in droves. We have teachers being fired for speaking out. Others are leaving because they're afraid of what senior staff will do next. This is an area where, as you're hearing, it's tough to get educators. Spotsylvania is hurting even more than all these other jurisdictions. We just had an amazing educator announce Monday night. She was leaving the county after 17 years because of the behavior of our central office. I don't know if you remember, but Spotsylvania had the State Teacher of the Year in 2023.
Ms. Parker.
Guess what? She's leaving Spotsylvania County. When will you help us? When will you step up and fix this? Give us an answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
just gonna, so everybody can get one. Pass it around. Thank you. Hi, good morning. My name is Dawn Shelley. I live in Spotsylvania. Before I begin my main comments, I want to mention to you how horrible it is for you to require teachers to sign their lives away just to administer SOLs. If you would like to know more, please call me. My number's there. Now on to my main topic. You approving a non-educator with a superintendent's license. In September, you mistakenly allowed a non-educator to receive a superintendent's license. When you thought you could license someone under option 4, you forgot about Administrative Code 8 VAC 20-390-10. You ignored the part of the Virginia Code that states the applicant shall have at least 5 years of a satisfactory and full-time experience in administration and supervision or both in public schools. When you were told about this, you sent it for an opinion to the Attorney General. You should have done that before approving the license. When you submit your request, when did you submit your request for that opinion? We're still waiting. Now I want to tell you about the blunder, another blunder that you made, which contradicts someone being approved under option 4, while ignoring the section about instructional experience. On March 17th, 2022, you approved the guidelines of uniform performance standards and evaluation criteria for superintendents. In the guidelines that you approved, the word instructional was stated 49 times. The term instructional leadership was stated 14. A few statements from your guidelines include, while not directly influencing student achievement and instruction, the superintendent is an instructional leader who must focus on increasing effectiveness. It also states research findings indicate that superintendents of effective school divisions exhibit high levels of involvement in instructional matters, including instructional goal setting. One more for good measure. He or she is expected to be a strong instructional leader, conversant with information about educational best practice. You approving the gentleman in Spotsylvania, in my opinion, was a huge gaffe on your part. Please fix it and let us know what's going on with the Attorney General. Thank you so much, and I hope you all have a lovely summer.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to address the board who has not done so yet today? I can't see around the corner, but all right then. We're going to close public comment. Thank you, everybody, for being with us for that. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and do the normal work agenda.
We're going to call the meeting back in order here. First item is the consent agenda. There's only one item. It's the final review to certify a list of qualified persons for the Office of Division of Superintendent of Schools. Is there a motion to approve that item?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Holton. Thank you, Dr. Seibert. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Item B, first and final review of Amendment 6 to Virginia's Consolidated State Plan. Ms. Sika.
It's just there.
That's okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, many times I wanted to run and hide also, so I don't blame you one bit.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Pardon me?
I said good morning.
Good morning.
That's it.
Good morning, President Gecker, Vice President Mann, Superintendent Coons, and board members. Today I'm presenting a first review of proposed Amendment 6 to Virginia's Consolidated State Plan. The purpose of the Consolidated State Plan is to provide information about how the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, as amended by the Every Student Succeeds Act, will be implemented in Virginia. One component of the Consolidated State Plan is our federal accountability system. Our federal accountability system is used to identify low-performing schools that are in need of support. There are 8 indicators that are used to identify schools, and 2 of them are growth indicators, 1 in reading and 1 in mathematics. The growth indicators include students who pass the state assessments and students who fail the state assessments but demonstrate growth. In December of 2022, the U.S. Department of Education approved Amendment 5 to Virginia's Consolidated State Plan. Amendment 5 includes the growth methodology that was in place during the 21-22 school year, which was a comparison of spring 2021 state assessment results to spring 2022 state assessment results, and fall 2021 growth assessment results to spring 2022 state assessment results if necessary. This methodology is outdated due to the change in growth assessments in 23-24. Communication from the USED also indicated that the use of 2 comparisons in the growth determination methodology could only be approved for 21-22 school year based on flexibility related to the pandemic. Therefore, a revision to the methodology is required for the 22-23 school year and beyond. The revision to the growth methodology in Amendment 6 is a minor adjustment to the Consolidated State Plan for use in the 23-24 accountability year, which is based on this school year's data. There will be ample discussion between stakeholder groups, the department, and the board prior to further decision-making regarding how growth will be measured and used in the reformed accountability system. Specifically, the central component of Amendment 6 is for a grade 4 through 8 student to demonstrate growth for accountability purposes. The student must have failed the previous year's SOL or VAP test and the current year's SOL or VAP test, and then advanced at least 1 range on the progress table when comparing the scores on the previous and current year tests. So basically for grades 4 through 8, it is a year-to-year comparison. And then for grade 3 students to demonstrate growth for accountability purposes, the student must have failed the current year's SOL test and then advanced at least 1 range on the progress table when comparing the current year fall growth assessment to the current spring SOL test score. The proposed growth methodology is the same methodology that was approved for the state accreditation system at the April business meeting. Approving the growth methodology in Amendment 6 will provide consistency between the state and federal accountability models. It will also satisfy the USED's requirement to update the methodology. So sorry.
We did provide the opportunity for stakeholder feedback. There were few public comments, but the comments received were in support of the amendment. And in addition, Amendment 6 was reviewed by the Committee of Practitioners on May 17th to solicit stakeholder feedback. The committee was unanimously supportive of the methodology, and the general feedback was that it made sense to align the federal and accreditation growth methodologies so that it is not confusing to divisions and stakeholders. The Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the Board of Education waive first review and approve the proposed Amendment 6 to Virginia's Consolidated State Plan for submission to USED.
Okay, are there any questions by board members? Don't see any, so the presentation was incredibly complete. Thank you. Is there a motion to waive first review and adopt this item? Thank you, Dr. Mann. Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sturtevant. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item C, final review of divisions partnering with iTeach to provide an alternative route to licensure. Mr. Chapman.
Thank you and good morning, President Gecker, Vice President Mann, members of the board, and Dr. Coons. Item C is the final review of the applications from divisions partnering with iTeach to provide an alternate route to licensure. I'll try to keep this presentation brief because I know you've already heard a lot about this. As you well know, back in 2019, legislation passed which added subsection N to 22.1-298.1 of the Code of Virginia, which required that the board establish guidelines to process and a process to permit a school board or any outside organization sponsored by a school board to petition for approval of an alternate route to licensure. The legislation allows for the alternate route to include alternatives to the regulatory requirements for teacher preparation, including alternative professional assessments and coursework, and of course specifies that either the petitioner may proffer or the board may impose conditions in conjunction with the approval of any petition received by the board. This item came for first review in April of 2023. And following that, the board had additional requests for documentation from iTeach, which included a comparison of coursework requirements of Virginia with other states, data on Teacher Effect 22 study published by the University of Texas, and a coursework crosswalk, which was provided to the board in advance of this meeting, in advance of the work session yesterday. Of course, the work session yesterday, you heard from iTeach on a number of those points and have received public comment both in written form and today. I would like to draw a couple of attention to a couple of alterations in the board agenda item, which will be published. One of the main ones is that we have received a couple of additional applications, and so we have updated the boilerplate to hopefully for administrative expedience to make sure that as many divisions as have provided applications are in fact approved by the board today. All these applications are substantially similar to the ones already provided in the material, but the additional applications are from Amherst County Public Schools, from Hopewell City Public Schools, and from Isle of Wight County Public Schools. And I believe someone from Isle of Wight may have even made public comments today. We also, following the work session yesterday, do have a superintendent's recommendation that, as you may have noticed, was absent from the original boilerplate. But the superintendent of public instruction would recommend that the board approve the applications from the school divisions subject to the following conditions. The first is that, arising from the work session yesterday, that iTeach maintain its accreditation through the Council for the Accreditation of Educator Preparation, otherwise known as CAPE. That the petitioning divisions comply with the provisions of the Virginia Literacy Act for teachers, which of course was also a condition that was imposed upon the Arlington County application, the Montessori application that the board approved a few board meetings ago. That the petitioning divisions prior to the beginning of the school year submit plans for approval by VDOE to support the alternate route with a mentorship program. And that the partnering divisions and iTeach submit data on quality and effectiveness to the VDOE on an annual basis. Be happy to answer any questions that I might be able to, and certainly thank you for your time and commitment to this issue and this matter today.
Okay, any questions by board members? Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Mr. Chapman, can you just repeat, I'm sorry, the language of the superintendent's recommendation with respect to mentorship?
I can do that.
Oh.
The petitioning divisions prior to the beginning of school year submit plans for approval for the alternate route in the mentorship program. So we had several speakers today that talked about the mentorship program they have. We just like to have that on file to make sure we're supporting our newest educators.
Sarah, let's ask, do you think that that language is sufficient that you would be able to make changes in the event the plans don't meet your requirements?
We would be happy to support our school divisions in making sure they have strong mentorship programs.
I guess I'm asking in a different way. If the divisions submit a mentorship program, are we just checking the box and saying you've submitted the plan? Or is there a review that could lead to this route not being available if the mentorship programs weren't considered to be sufficient at the department level?
We want to make sure, and had a conversation this morning as we think about mentorship programs, that we're not putting unfair expectations on our rural divisions who are struggling just to get staffing. So I'm happy to say we will support them. We have to make sure that we hold some equitable opportunities for the diverse supports that our districts have, our school divisions have.
That's incredibly fair, and I appreciate that response. Yeah, as you know, one of the boards adopted SOQs, prescribed SOQ items, deals with establishing statewide better mentorship support around our newer teachers. You know, we have yet to get that through the General Assembly. I'm hopeful that that's one of the things you guys will do when I'm gone, is get that one through. But you know, certainly, you know, it would be, I think you're right, unreasonable to expect more of some of the under-resourced jurisdictions than they can possibly do to make this work. Thanks for that response. Dr. Siebert.
Yeah, I appreciate that and look forward to that support, because I do think there needs to be a scalable response, and in a very small rural division, we'll have a smaller number and they can provide. So I appreciate that. I think that's important. I do think some of the applications had more mentorship built in than others. So I think that kind of check and balance there from superintendent's office will be good. Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Really, my look fors, I took a little bit of issue with the, you know, please accept without conditions. I think it's the role of this board to create conditions for success and processes moving forward. So I'm glad to hear that the maintaining CAPE is there, that, you know, the mentorship piece is there. I still, you know, have an issue that for any of the sample agreements, there would be a sole source piece. I mean, I believe in high quality options. And so I want to support high quality options, and why one high quality option would then restrain other options is still a little bit concerning for me, but hopefully local divisions will now be aware of that issue and they will be attentive to the agreement and they will seek to strike that particular provision.
Mr. President.
Sir.
Thank you for the update, Mr. Chapman, and for the superintendent's recommendations. I maybe just to be a little contrarian, I do think that we have heard from so many superintendents and their staffs today from around the Commonwealth. It was refreshing to hear what they're doing from a mentorship and a professional development and training program across the board. And I just, that's where the accountability rests. It rests with the individuals, it rests with the districts. And I just have a challenge understanding why we would want to be folding anything in on top of that for mentorship. They're the ones that have reasons to succeed. And I just think we need to be a little careful with this shortage that we're facing to be putting restrictions, conditions, whatever you want to call them, on this. And while we're trying to bring every possible tool to us, and obviously with integrity and accountability across the board. And I think that I just want to make sure we're not limiting, suffocating innovation, entrepreneurship, excellence. And I do want to thank all of those who took the time today to come up, and it was refreshing to see the amount of innovation and going on, the amount of activity going on to address this major issue. And And this major issue is going to get more major as we go forward with the enrollment cliff in higher education hitting us in a few years. And I just think as well with the headwinds that we've got on the backlog and the licensing, to be able to get this kind of untapped to be moving forward aggressively and unencumbered would be my recommendation.
Okay, any other comments? Yeah, Ms. Holton.
Well, I'd just like to commend the iTeach folks for doing a great job presenting the information about their program yesterday and in writing to us. And I commend the districts and iTeach for looking for innovative alternatives to address our teacher shortage. I think I do have a couple of suggestions about conditions, additional conditions I would suggest we consider. Before addressing them, I would just say that I think it's worth recognizing that provisional licensing has become a bigger and bigger part of our teacher workforce and is going to become bigger and bigger. And I think that in light of the low cost alternative that iTeach is providing, which is a great thing, that this will become a bigger and bigger part of how our provisional licensees get licensed, such that it will essentially overtake almost the whole, would be my prediction. And what we're talking about here, I mean, the applications that we've received with the additions today cover virtually the whole state. You know, the percentage wise, it's all the big divisions. And it's just a sufficiently major change that we ought to be making sure we get it right, which I know everybody on the board wants to do. And because this provision does require board approval, it is in the board's discretion to impose conditions to help make it work. And I do think that the recommendations from the superintendent all are in the spirit of recommendations that help make it work. I would add one, well, I would suggest we consider adding one additional, and I'd be interested to hear Mr. Siebert's thoughts on it, since he knows this better than me, but that we simply provide add a condition that so that the contracts not include any sole source provider terminology. And then as to the mentoring program, my preference would be that we add language requiring as a condition of our approval, which we have full discretion to do, that the divisions have at least by year 2 of implementation in place mentoring programs that meet the prescriptions of the board in the SOQs, which we adopted in 2021, and which the new board, the newly constituted board after July 1 will have a chance to update. But we did look at a lot of research in those 2021 prescriptions and determined that high quality mentor programs are crucial for onboarding new teachers. And we put some very specific terminology in there to help implement that, recognizing that it hasn't been fully funded yet by the legislature. There's no reason local divisions can't choose to implement it. And that would be my preference. Barring that, I would suggest that we put in language requiring that the mentor programs be consistent with the board, with the department's guidelines for high quality mentor programs that were adopted and made available across the Commonwealth in, I think, October of 2021. So the guidelines for mentoring programs that these, if we just say have mentor programs, they all have mentor programs. They're all required already to have mentor programs. But as we know, there are some that work and some that don't. And I think that recognizing that our provisional licensees don't have the benefit of clinical experience typically, that the mentor program is just, the research suggests that the mentor program is crucial to their success. Barring that, if the board is not comfortable requiring including a reference to the department's published guidelines on mentor programs, which are, I think, very flexible and wouldn't, rural programs, urban programs, large, small programs can all find a way to fit within those guidelines. Barring that, I would suggest we at least add language of high quality mentor programs, recognizing that that's vague, but it does give the department something to work with when they review these programs. If we just require them to have mentor programs, think it's essentially meaningless. So I would just I would ask that we add to the superintendent's language, high quality mentor programs.
Dr. Mann.
Yes, I actually had a question related to Ms. Holton's reference to the SOQs, and particularly because, I mean, I'm thinking about one of the speakers we heard this morning from the Virginia counties. I'm going to get the acronym wrong, so I won't try.
VACO.
VACO, there you go. I mean, he did bring to our attention the importance of trying to balance understanding the cost of what we're expecting. And so I'm curious if we align with the SOQs, which absolutely is very sound thinking, given all the work that we've done, if it's not funded, if the districts lack the funding to align with that, are we going to include a provision that does not, that addresses that? Because I think if we are concerned about smaller jurisdictions that may not have the capacity, I can't call forward, what those requirements were, but I would encourage that we consider that if we're going to add that as a requirement, just given what we know localities then have to figure out what to do, how to do those things. And so I'll just leave it at that. Curious about it.
So if I may respond, the specifics of the SOQ is one full-time equivalent position or one full-time position or its equivalent for every 15 first, second, and third year teachers. And also that there's other provisions for more experienced teachers, but that would be the part I would be referencing, the beginning teachers. And also that the mentee teachers be given at least an hour of release time a week to meet with their mentees. I think those are the substantive provisions. And that it lasts for 3 years, all of which I think we supported with the research we cited in support of the SOQs that we adopted. With respect to funding, I think you're right that the state share of the funding is not yet mandated by the General Assembly. Hopefully it will be provided at some point. But in the meantime, many divisions, most divisions go well beyond SOQ funding as is. The divisions and their teachers anyway together will be reaping considerable savings through the use of iTeach, which is a wonderful thing. And that perhaps some of that savings between the teachers and the division can be somehow redirected. Many divisions, if I understand correctly, help pay for the teachers' educational programs. So that's one of the reasons they're pushing for it. It's such an economical option for them.
So
alternatively, if that is troublesome, the guidelines are put meat on the bones of what high quality mentorship program means, but without in a much more flexible way.
Yes, no, I agree. I think the work that was done to set those expectations in the SOQs are very important. And maybe it's more about making strides towards that. I mean, I do struggle with I struggle with mandates that don't come with resources. And I think we have to really make certain, given all that we are contending with, that we try to balance that. So maybe it's making strides in that way if the funding doesn't come through to really supporting that effort.
So on that, I would just say, then we might want to consider instead that we have three alternatives I'm suggesting. One is the SOQ provisions. The other is the department's guidelines on mentoring programs, which were issued for the state as guidelines in October of 21, I believe. And I would just be suggesting that and those guidelines are much more flexible as to specifics, so would accommodate different divisions doing mentoring in different way. That we use that guideline instead of the SOQs, or alternatively that we simply just add the high quality mentor program language so as to give the department something to work with in their conversations with the districts.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
I watched the iTeach presentation and they put on a good presentation. But more importantly to me, I watched all the different divisions come forward and ask for this. The divisions are ready to move forward. I'm strictly opposed to any additional conditions that will put the brakes on and slow these divisions down. I think we should trust the local school divisions on their local boards who were elected to do their job without us putting additional conditions on what they want to do. Virtually every school division that came up talked about their mentor program. They're not all the same. They're unique to those divisions. They will work for those divisions. By adding any other conditions, Mr. Siebert, you brought up the point of your concern about the way the wording of the contract was. By bringing that concern out, every school division now knows about it. And they have an opportunity at their level to strike it or keep it. I think we need to sit back, support this program without any additional conditions. Thank you.
Ms. Creasy?
I just wanted to make a couple of comments on the recommendations for the conditions. I'm fully in support of ensuring that they maintain CAPE accreditation. That's, something that we expect of all IHEs that have EPPs. In addition, we are also working with IHEs and their EPP programs on VLA compliance. And so I don't think that that is an unreasonable request. I guess the other piece that I'd like to hit on, I am 1,000% in support of any kind of mentorship program, and preferably as high quality as we can possibly have. We have school divisions that have amazing mentorship programs. We have school divisions that check a box. And for what it's worth, the teeth that are not there in that request for a mentorship program to be had, that just has provided for that variability in mentorship programs at the division level. All of that being said, I think that we will see as we, move forward in some changes that we're going to see to our licensure process. We will be able to gather a lot of that data just sheerly by way of that process. So I think personally, the first two conditions I'm fully in support of. And I think that just by way of moving forward in the processes and procedures that we either have in place or are moving towards, we will see these other two conditions fall in line. And then as to the sole source piece of a contract, yes, Mr. Sertifin, you have illuminated, yes, that will be something that all school divisions will now be made aware of. And quite frankly, that's just a due diligence issue. If you want that as a part of your contract, keep that as a part of your contract. If you don't, you have the ability to make that change. So those are my comments on this.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Every school division is different. And so when I hear that there are certain school divisions that are going to do well, but there are school divisions that will simply check the box. Who are those school divisions? The school divisions that have come forward have stated what their intentions are. So if there is a school division that is just checking a box, then I think our superintendent will address that and have a working partnership with them to get them to where they need to be. The submission of plans to maintain capers and the mentorship, as was pointed out, I fully support those, but no additional conditions. This is a great program. Coming from rural county, the teachers are hurting. We need more teachers. If this program is going to help the school divisions, that's why I support it. Time will tell whether or not iTeach is going to be a success. If it's not a success, I expect the school divisions to get rid of it and move on to something else. But I do look forward to giving them an opportunity to give it a shot.
Dr. Seaver?
Mr. President, so a quick question for colleague Creasy. You said of the 4 we've talked about, you were supporting 2. I'd like to hear clarification what the 2 are, because again, I'm inclined to support our superintendent's recommendation because as a superintendent, I appreciated that kind of support. So tell me, refresh me on the 2 that you're supporting.
The maintaining CAPE accreditation and the VLA compliance, mostly because we did just have a situation a couple of meetings ago where we made sure that VLA compliance piece was in there. And we are requiring that of our IHEs and their EPP programs. The other 2 conditions, I do think we'll process through that as we make some changes moving forward. As far as licensure goes, and mentorship, I think, is something that's already there and expected of our school divisions. And what I was saying was not in reference to anyone who has a current application. My comments about mentorship programs were largely applicable to what we have in place right now and how school divisions are to be implementing mentorship programs. So that wasn't anything directed towards current applications. I wanted to clarify that considering how you were speaking to, to that. So.
Can I just get some clarification on what are the implications for the VLA application for the districts?
Sure. Currently, VLA requires either a literacy course or a micro-credential, and we're in the process of finalizing the micro-credential. Either one could be offered. The course could be offered by IHE, or the micro-credential could be offered in a flexible way.
If I might add, superintendent, of course, that requirement is statutory.
If I may ask the superintendent, my issue with respect to sole source provider, I lay that one aside, defer to the school districts on it. But with respect to the mentorship program, if the motion is adopted with your recommendations, including your recommendation as to mentorship programs, does that give the department authority and responsibility to ensure the divisions using iTeach have effective mentor programs for their iTeach mentors?
I think we want to ensure that they have mentor programs. I don't think we are equipped and ready to effectively implement mentor programs at the level of the guidance at this point in time.
I think the code section and that deals with mentorship programs actually, suggests that there's going to be funds appropriated by the General Assembly, which, as we know, there are not enough funds appropriated by the General Assembly for this purpose. I honestly was persuaded by the superintendent's answer with regard to, right now it might be effective. She didn't say this, but I'll say this, check the box. That is, you got to have a plan, which is the current state law. But to require at this point more than we're generally requiring for teachers, doesn't seem quite right, particularly if the board leaves in, which I hope we do, although I heard some controversy on this, the idea of the submission of data on quality and effectiveness. In my ideal world, we would test things before we go, statewide. We don't have that kind of ability. But the ability to come back 3 years from now with data, much like we did, frankly, with Montessori, we said, we have concerns. Let's establish a pilot. That program was small enough that it was okay to do. This one is clearly going to be much larger, and who knows where it'll be in 3 years. But if we are collecting appropriate data on effectiveness and quality, I'm comfortable that the department will use that data 3 years from now or whenever, it's deemed to be, significant enough to guide locals as to whether this is something they ought to be continuing or not. And so, I'm comfortable because, as I said, I view item 3, the submit plans for approval, as a check the box at this point, just to let us know what they're doing. I'm comfortable with these 4 conditions as drafted. I would not like to see any of them go away.
So for what it's worth, I still think the divisions can support effective mentor programs.
Oh,
And
they
we
can.
should hold their feet to the fire, but I can count, so I won't belabor that point. With respect to the data, are we adopting essentially the same conditions we adopted with respect to the Montessori requirement, which did it include coming back to us in 3
No.
years?
I don't recall, and Jim, you have better recollection. I don't think we had a data monitoring requirement, but that we though limited the approval to 3 years. And the contemplation was we would come back. There was not the concern with Montessori about quality. Everybody was comfortable there. The concern was, are we really just licensing teachers then to leave the jurisdiction? And so we wanted to have, and we talked about getting teacher retention data, which will come back, at the end of that 3-year period. And, that board at that time can decide whether to re-up or not based upon whatever criterion they want.
And would we be doing the same with this application? These applications?
Well, what you in the future decide to do with the data is up to
Well,
you in
no,
the
that's
future.
not- That's not my question. Would our decision today to be, is this essentially a 3-year approval with data?
I believe that's what the board's guidelines state.
Okay.
Of course,
So it
be
would
happy
come
to
back,
put
it will
that.
have to come back before us in 3 years.
I believe that's correct.
And we will, and again, with the annual submission of data, I will say, I had, as the I teach folks know, a fair number of concerns. I really appreciate greatly the approach they took yesterday and the provision of data that came promptly and not obfuscated. And, not to suggest you would do that, but I've certainly been involved with folks who have. And I think this is worth a try. I mean, you guys know how concerned I am about the long term. But as Mr. Hanson, correctly points out, we also have significant short-term needs, and certainly this is better than unprepared folks sitting in our classrooms. And I don't mean that quite the way it could be taken. I mean, very seriously, this is a better approach to what we're doing. And if we are willing to look at quality issues, and I heard Andy's comments yesterday about, Cape not indicating anything, but I'm putting those to the side for the minute, Andy. If we're willing to keep the quality assurances in place for a 3-year trial, basically, I think this is a good thing for us to do. Like I said, I disagree with those who want to eliminate the conditions entirely. I think it's perfectly appropriate as we experiment in the Commonwealth with new things to have limitations on it. I don't think it's necessarily appropriate to increase the cost or the burden to the locals to the point where it's unworkable to try.
Mr. President, I agree, and I don't know if when's an appropriate time for the motion.
Come in almost a second here, I think, unless Ms. Holton wants to continue the discussion. It is now time, Bill.
May I make one comment, Mr. President?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so I will support the superintendent's recommendation. I do think this board has the authority and responsibility to put conditions in. They shouldn't be burdensome, but these are fine. The Cape one just seems like a matter of consistency at this point. I do think the data one, and I want to call out what Dr. Coons has been talking about and her leadership on really starting to modernize our data system, and so that we'll be able to answer these effectiveness questions in a much more sophisticated way, as some other states can now, is going to be just enormously important to me. Like the VLA is both statutory, and obviously we need to maintain that. We're making strides, but the data piece of all of this is actually, that's the most important piece, and is more important in my view than the CAPE accreditation over time. The other comment, look, I don't know that this board wants to get into the business of deciding which vendor provisions we strike in or out. I would respectfully suggest if you go through and you read a lot of vendor contracts, you're going to see a lot of language that's problematic because the vendors have really good lawyers, and there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff in there, and don't take my word for it. There's a guy named Rob Waldron, CEO of Curriculum Associates. They do the iReady. He did a video a couple of years ago, just like here's everything that is in these contracts that is not a great idea. So like, and he's a vendor, and he was trying to do this as a public service. So I don't think we should start picking and choosing. That's a rabbit hole. But in addition to sort of my colleagues, Mr. Ron's comment that now they're on notice, people should be on notice in general, that like there's a lot of stuff that you want to think about in terms of preserving your agility, but I just don't think it's our place to get into police.
Contracts are in question are with the locals.
Right, exactly. So I just don't think it's our business to get into
Therefore,
to
yeah, I agree
policing
with that.
various provisions.
Despite how good our lawyers are,
Yeah.
we're not going to comment on every local. But the point is,
Yeah, exactly.
it is not our job to engage in contract.
That is my
negotiations.
view, that there are a lot of these, and I don't know that we want to start picking and choosing which ones merit our approval or not.
I will say I would trust, Ms. Love to negotiate for me anytime.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hanson.
I would move the adoption of the superintendent's recommendations on item 3.
Second. Any other comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chapman. Now we turn to the Jenna Conway Hour. Thank you all for being here. The folks from my team, we appreciate it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can I just take one moment of personal privilege? Is that possible?
Of course.
I just want to thank these two ladies right here on all the work they do. As a huge literacy advocate in my personal life, I just want to thank these two ladies personally for all the work they are doing and continue to push on. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Superintendent Coons. I am pleased to bring to the board for final review a key resource for implementing the Virginia Literacy Act. Today, we proudly present the Core Instructional Program Guide, or the list of K-3 core curriculum that we have determined through a rigorous and comprehensive process performed by Virginia educators to be aligned with evidence-based literacy instruction and science-based reading research as required by the Virginia Literacy Act. I'm joined here today with Dr. Emily Solari, a nationally renowned literacy expert who's helped us set up and run this very important process. You all are very familiar with the VLA, which we believe is a game changer for Virginia, and really accomplishing all of the policy levers that help us ensure that we have a future where every student in Virginia is a proficient reader by 3rd grade and continues to stay on level or get on level by the end of 8th grade. Through the VLA, we are addressing the concerning literacy trends, some of the setbacks that we experienced during the pandemic, and we are focused on supporting every aspect of the system. The resource in front of you today focuses on core curriculum, the core English and language arts instruction focused on early literacy for kindergarten, 1st and 2nd and 3rd grade. As a reminder, this has been a very lengthy process, and we have brought you updates along the way, both in March and May. It has been rigorous, it has been transparent, and it has been aligned with the science. And it has incorporated, most importantly, the inputs and efforts of hundreds of Virginia educators, from those who weighed in on the rubric, those who served as reviewers, and those who've offered public comment. Since we met in May, we have posted all of the 8 approved resources online and accepted public comment for more than 30 days as required by the textbook adoption process. We have not received much public comment. We have received some expressions of support for resources. We've received questions about family resources and are working with the vendors on that. And then we received a letter from a vendor that we've addressed with that vendor. That's where we are today. We hope that this board will approve for final review. And then there's a couple of next steps I'd like to highlight before turning it back to you. First, we plan on sending out a superintendent's memo to make sure that all 131 school divisions are clear on next steps, including the action steps that are needed by all those school divisions. Those include either choosing a core resource from this list of 8. If they are not interested in that, if they're not already using an approved resource, they will have the opportunity to wait for the cycle 2 results, which I'll talk about in a second. They'll come at the end of this calendar year, beginning of next, or they need to submit their locally created resources by July 1st. And so we want to make sure that all of our partners in our local school divisions are aware of these action steps, and we get that information out to them. Second, we have launched and are deep into cycle 2. We have received more than 130 either additional core curriculum, intervention, or supplemental resources. And we are working very closely with Virginia Literacy Partnerships at the University of Virginia to run a rigorous, thorough, and comprehensive process for all of those. It means we will need more Virginia reviewers, and we will do a call for those, but really making sure that we are thoroughly vetting every resource so that school divisions have maximum choice, and you can rest assured that we're using high quality instructional materials across all of our K-5 classrooms, as well as intervention and supplemental materials through grade 8. And third, we are hard at work on adoption resources and really thinking about a toolkit, training, technical assistance, the support that school divisions will need to actually fully implement curriculum. It's not enough to have a list. It's not enough to have purchased the box or kit or resources. What we are really looking for is to support full implementation across all of our classrooms. And we know that will take us working closely, shoulder to shoulder with all of our school divisions over the next several years. So with that, I would like to recommend on behalf of our Superintendent of Public Instruction that this board provide final approval for the core instructional program guide.
Okay, any questions? Ms. Holton?
Just briefly, Ms. Conway, I do notice in the public comment, we did hear from one school division or one school in addition to the vendors, and I'm sure you're following up with them as need be. Absolutely.
Yes. Not, is there a motion to approve the Virginia Literacy Act Core Instructional Program Guide as presented in the item?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Sturtevant. Thank you, Dr. Mann. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Conway, you've got 54 minutes left.
All right, my next item is related to improving school readiness. So as a reminder, the General Assembly passed a law in 2020 directing this board to establish a unified quality rating and improvement system for all publicly funded birth to 5 providers in order to improve school readiness outcomes. The law laid out a clear timeline, launch in 2021, provide 2 years for practice in which we get optional participation, and ultimately require by the start of this school year, all publicly funded programs to participate so that we can release the results in the fall of 2024. So the recommendations in front of you for final approval today are the real recommendations that we will use with roughly 3,000 publicly funded sites and 12,000 classrooms this year. Earlier this year, we walked through the proposed guideline changes. I think we did a thorough job, even though I was told to be speedy then too, President Gecker. So I'm not going to go into too much detail there.
You mean to say you're going to listen this time?
I got it done. I watched very clearly the hour and I kept it to an hour.
Yeah.
But I am going to remind everybody listening to continue to emphasize how we implement this law. We are earnestly trying to do this in partnership with practitioners across the state, from our Head Start partners to our family day home partners to our schools, our private childcare programs, our faith-based preschools, church leaders, principals, teachers, advocates, really working closely with them to design, implement, and ultimately drive continual improvement across our sites. In fact, I spent 6 hours yesterday in a conference room engaging with public and private partners across the state on how we can make this year successful. We know there'll be bumps along the way, but we are committed to being responsive to our stakeholders, largely for the reason that Dr. Mann has shared in the past, that it is a choice to take public funds, and our ability to serve the maximum amount of kids to meet parental preferences hinges on us being sure that we are truly and fully inclusive of the public and private sector. Lastly, although I'm eating up my time here, I do want to take a moment of personal privilege to thank the outgoing members of the board, including President Gecker, Vice President Mann, and Board Member Davis-Watt. Special thanks goes to Dr. Mann, who has served as the representative of the early childhood sector during a time of momentous change for our sector. With a clear voice and committed heart, she has led beautifully through the transition and the pandemic at the same time. She has served as a mentor to me and to our increasingly growing early childhood team, and has helped us at every stage in the process better understand the perspectives of practitioners on the ground, the educators who have dedicated their lives to ensuring that all children in Virginia have the opportunity to enter kindergarten ready, including my last one, who's entering kindergarten after 10 years of having children in the publicly funded early childhood programs in Louisiana and Virginia. Paul is entering kindergarten this fall, and I cannot thank you, Dr. Mann, enough. The only thing that makes me feel better, and the reason I don't have tears in my eyes, is that I know we will continue to hear from you as you implement VQB5 and your incredible program, and know that you will continue to help us strengthen our incredible public-private birth to 5 system. So with that, on behalf of the Superintendent of Public Instruction, I recommend that this board provides final approval for the guidelines for 23-24 of the Early Childhood Unified Measurement and Improvement System known as VQB5.
Is there a motion? Thank you, Dr. Mann. I wish I could let you second it too. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And Jenna, let me just say, yeah, I was there the day that your hiring was announced.
5 years ago this month.
5 years ago. Watched you and your kids, and
what amazes me most, usually we talk about life at the speed of government as being very slow, but the incredible changes that have been affected on your watch, will just do wonders for the Commonwealth for many, many, many years. I mean, you have been instrumental in so much of the transformative change we're seeing in the, I know pre-K, but also the K-3 system. So thank you so much for what you've done.
Thank you.
Well said.
All right.
Last one.
Listen, this is the Jenna Lawrence 15-minute, Jenna Conway 15 minutes.
Yeah,
actually.
there you go.
All right, I'm going to ask Mr. Williams. Did you vote?
No.
Did you vote?
Yeah,
Oh,
let's
sorry.
vote. All in favor? I thought we did. Let's do it again. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay.
All right, my next item F, is related to health and safety in childcare. And so we've spent a lot of time talking about access and quality, but this is the important third leg of the stool, the health and safety licensing for childcare, including family childcare centers, faith-based preschools, and other similar facilities in accordance with state law. Important reminder, this is different from teacher licensure. This is the licensure of the sites, the physical sites. And it includes things like teacher-child ratios, hygiene and cleaning expectations, safe sleep practices for infants and toddlers, even regulations on diapering. So we have about 6,000 sites statewide that range in size and scope, from small voluntarily registered family and child care homes that serve fewer than 4 kids to large programs that serve hundreds of kids, and also camps and after school. We have, under the leadership of our director, Jeff Williams, more than 120 staff who work in regional offices across the state and physically go into each of these sites and use these regulations as the template for inspecting the sites, kind of going top to bottom through the regs, using a tablet to capture the information electronically and checking for these health and safety regulations. When we moved licensing from the Department of Social Services to the Department of Education in 2021, we kept the regulations as is and agreed to review them from top to bottom. And so what we are bringing today to you as a NORA for first and final review, so we can kick off this process, represents a really important step here. But this is also important to note how we did this. And you'll notice a theme here of working very closely with the field. For the last year and a half, we have deeply engaged multiple private childcare providers, small business, nonprofit, faith-based, Head Start, in a task force along with pediatricians and advocates that met for more than 25 hours over a 16-month period. This group, and a huge thank you to any of you who are listening today, contributed their time, their effort. They read, we wordsmithed, we came back, we debated, all on the mind of how do we keep this right balance between keeping infants, toddlers, and preschoolers safe, but also not wanting to have so much burden that it becomes harder to operate, right? Or it becomes more costly to operate, thus forcing providers to go out of business. And what we know from the data is the most dangerous situation for kids is unlicensed, unregulated care. We've added a few new standards to better protect children based on state or federal requirements or best-in-class practices. And then in areas that were less critical to health and safety, we've tried to reduce regulations and add new flexibility. We've also been cognizant of the governor's executive order 19 and making sure that we're reducing regulation where possible while preserving the health, safety, and welfare of all of our children in care in our licensed child care day centers. I'll now walk you briefly through the details. Please don't hesitate to stop me at any point in time. So, this is just the NORA today. However, uniquely, we have also put forth a draft set of regulations so there is more clarity for the field on what exactly this means. We know this often comes up. Licensing has a large effect on all of our sites, big and small. And so the intent here was to, at the same time that we put out the NORA, put out a solid draft. Still a draft. We will still welcome feedback over the course of the next year on these regulations, but so the field understands exactly what we are talking about. This repeal and replace will allow us greater flexibility. It removes some duplicative requirements that were found in the Code of Virginia, reflects some best-in-class practices, and then, as I noted before, seeks to align with Executive Order 19. A few highlights to note. We've tried to, and I know we talked in the previous item C about the workforce challenges. In many ways, the workforce challenges and the teacher shortages that the childcare sector is facing are even greater than that of the K-12 sector. We just are hearing everywhere we go that they are understaffed, and as a result, fewer children are being served, and working families in the Commonwealth, I find it very hard to work, go to school, or pursue greater self-sufficiency. So we've tried to add additional flexibility, more qualifications that enable you to be a lead teacher, and then also making sure that your training, you can kind of count it towards the annual requirements when you come on board. We've tried to remove duplication of effort and unnecessary testing. As the parent of a children in school now, I very much appreciate that I don't have to submit the same form multiple times for all of the camps and schools and after school that was required previously. And we have sought to increase ratios for school-age children, which allows programs to bring in greater revenue, aligns with some of the expectations for K-12, and does not put children in harm's way. We are still working on a final count. The Office of Regulatory Management put out new guidance just this spring on how you count standards, so that is still well underway. We work very closely with the governor's office on that. But overall, this is a tighter, more succinct, and clearer set of regulations than the prior version that we believe had not been fully updated since 2005. This gives you a little bit more detail about the process. And again, just wanted to take a moment to just recognize the names on this screen. You'll see the diverse set of providers, from a family child care provider to owners of our large centers, to a preschool teacher from Richmond Public Schools, to folks from Virginia Tech, from across the state, to after-school programs. All were represented, all were either around the table. We did some of this in person, some of this via Zoom, but we went line by line. It is their contributions, their recommendations that we're bringing to you today. And I think that's a very important in terms of recognizing that this could not just be created in a room in Richmond, but truly needed to reflect the input of practitioners who do this every day. One of the things that they said was important was making sure that the regulations were easier to use. So it was not only just fewer words, but clarity about, sort of saying what we mean and meaning what we say, and making sure that that was throughout the program, doing some reorganization based on how our providers and private practitioners were actually using the document, and making sure that it was easier to use. We reduced unnecessary or redundant standards. And so those things where we had repeated over the years, we added a little bit here, added a little bit there, and trying to streamline and make sure they were in one section that was, from a common sense perspective, aptly named, and that you could find out the information you need. We did, and want to be transparent about this, need to add some new standards and regulations. We had not fully updated this since 2005, and it was really important to take that step back and both look at our own data, where kids have been in harm's way, as well as what were national best-in-class practices around safety. A few, sort of two kind of key examples to give you a sense of what I mean here. So one, for instance, is we had not updated the language on sleep. And so our old regulations said that you could leave an infant fell asleep in a device, you could leave the infant there. We have heard there's been very clear recommendations from the American Academy of Pediatrics and others, is that is still dangerous. So we've heard about the pack and play or the swing, and basically it's really not safe once that child is asleep, because they could their neck could come down and they could self-suffocate. And we know this is very dangerous. In fact, we've had 5 fatalities in the last year related to sleep in unlicensed, unregulated homes. And so it was really important that we basically change that language to say, you can't just leave the baby in the device anymore. You need to move the baby to a flat, safe surface. So that's kind of an example. Another example is we had a fatality in late 2021 of a school-age child who was swimming, who did not know how to swim and had inched along the pool into the deep end and then drowned, even though there was a lifeguard present. We added more language and additional requirement around staffing supervision, so that you not only have a lifeguard, but you have individuals who are responsible for keeping eyes. You've probably heard this as we come into the summer season, the importance of watching children, right? Not just having a lifeguard on duty, but making sure that there's a watcher or monitor for each child. So we added that type of regulation to make sure that we can prevent fatalities like this from happening in the future. And then lastly, we added a few requirements that were required by state or federal code. Some things have been added to state law about lead testing for buildings built before 1978. So those were the kind of the key requirements that were added. We will this summer, as we move forward, do a cost analysis. You've heard me talk a lot about looking at sort of speaking with one voice on health, safety, and learning expectations quantifying the cost for private providers, and making sure that we're very thoughtful and transparent about that. So we'll use the same group that helped us analyze the cost of quality to look at some of these changes and what the cost impact might be. We think that there's opportunities for providers to bring in additional revenue in school age, which often helps also subsidize the infant, toddler, and preschool classrooms. And so we hope that it'll be at minimum net balance zero in terms of cost impact. But we'll look very carefully at each of the new requirements. We also received a full endorsement after a very long meeting in this room and a fire drill, which involves taking the entire Early Childhood Advisory Committee down 22 flights of stairs and out into the parking lot and then back up during the course of a 6-hour meeting. And somehow our incredible, extraordinary Early Childhood Advisory Committee still fully endorsed. You all think you're joking. And then everybody learned that about 36 hours after you've walked down 22 flights of stairs that your calf muscles hurt immensely. Yes, it is very true. So they will be billing us for Advil, but in addition to transportation. But in all seriousness, we went through every line of this. We had productive conversation. We had folks seeing things differently, but came to agreement. And we made a set of changes that are reflected here so that we received a full endorsement and have made all of the changes proposed truly to reflect not only the work of the task force, but our fully representative Early Childhood Advisory Council, which supports this board. And then there's a set of next steps here. So again, we're looking for first and final review of the NORA. This is not approval of the regulations themselves, but we are putting out the regulations so that we are ultra transparent with the field. We will then work very closely with Mr. Chapman and the governor's office to get all of the right things in town hall, put things forward for public comment, complete that high-level cost analysis, and then we will bring back to this body for first review the actual regulations themselves. So with that, on behalf of the superintendent, we recommend that the board provide approval for first and final review of the NORA, or Notice of Intended Regulatory Action, for the standards for child daycare centers.
Okay, any questions? I think so. Yep. Is there a motion then to waive first review and approve the NORA?
So moved. It's great work.
Yep, it is great work. There you go. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Mann. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Gecker, and I want to note the time so that I will then bank that time for future presentations.
You know, I will say, Jenna, that was the record for the longest NORA presentation we've ever had. I'm not sure you get additional time.
Touche. Thank you, President Gecker.
Okay, item G, first and final review of proposed changes to certain testing requirements for writing. See Shelley.
No, they're here.
No, they're coming. Hiding in the back again.
We're just going to give Shelley a little bit of time since she is just returning in person from leave.
Time check. Just for the next little while.
You know, I thought we'd get through these two items, but I don't know how long the math standards, how long Dr. Alvin is planning to present. We had a fairly extensive presentation yesterday. Yeah. So.
Shelley, it's nice to see you back.
Thank you.
Yep,
Thank
it
you
is
very
indeed.
much. Good morning, President Gecker, members of the board, and Dr. Coons. Today, Sarah and I do bring to you for first and final review some proposed changes to certain testing requirements for writing. And before we begin, I believe Dr. Coons has some comments she wanted to add.
Really want to appreciate the board for looking at this item in first and final review. As we've talked about making sure school divisions have the summer to plan for the following year. Assistant Superintendent Loving Ryder and I spoke about the importance of making sure that we had this on first and final review today to make sure school divisions have good plans for assessment next year, good plans if they so to choose to make a balanced writing program, and really have as quickly as possible information to make good decisions for the 23-24 school year.
Thank you, Dr. Coons. The actions we're asking you to take today are related to the development of a new item type that the student assessment staff has developed over the last couple of years. And this item type is intended to be part of the grade 5, grade 8, and end of course reading assessments. And the new item type is really intended to provide students with an opportunity to integrate reading and writing. So students are provided with a passage. Passage is either based on reading or science content. They are provided with about 6 multiple choice questions about the passage, and then they are provided with a prompt that asks them to write about that passage. Really, the intent here is to support the idea of integrated reading and writing instruction, and to also provide a measure of writing without an additional test. And for those of you who have been on the board for a while, we did provide you with a presentation about this new item type at the March 22nd board meeting. And I think that was attached to this item so that you can look at that information. In contrast to the idea of an integrated reading and writing item where we're asking students to write about what they've read, I did also want to provide some context about our current tests. So currently, as you all know, we have separate reading tests at grades 3 through 8, and then also high school end of course. In addition, we still have 2 separate writing tests, one given at grade 8 and the other given at high school end of course. These writing tests have been in place since 1998, and they do consist of 2 components. The first component provides a draft that would look like student writing, and it asks the student to answer multiple choice or technology enhanced questions to revise that particular writing draft. The second part of the test, students are given a prompt, which is usually in the form of a scenario or a situation or a question, and asked to write a short paper in response to that prompt. So those are the tests that are currently given for writing. From 1998 to 2014, we also had a grade 5 writing test. And with legislation that was passed in 2014, the General Assembly did eliminate 5 standards of learning tests, one of which was the grade 5 writing test. Since that time, based on that legislation, school divisions have been required to administer local alternative assessments in the areas in which those SOL tests were administered. So school divisions have been providing some sort of local alternative assessment for grade 5 writing. And they have been required to create balanced assessment plans that describe how they will achieve that goal. We have each year reviewed some of those balanced assessment plans, a sample of school divisions, but there has been no statewide measure of writing at grade 5 since 2014. The last time we talked with you all about this issue, you did ask us to provide information about the pass rates for grade 8 writing since the elimination of the grade 5 writing test, and we did provide that for you in the boilerplate. So this particular item type was developed over the last couple of years. It was field tested this year. That means it was tried out with students. And so the plan is to implement it in the spring of 2024. In preparation for the implementation of the new item type, we are asking you to take several actions today. The first is we're asking you to eliminate the grade 8 writing test. And there are a couple of reasons for this. One, we know anecdotally that with the grade 8 writing test constructed as it is, we do have school divisions who are teaching reading and writing separately. The thought is they're separate tests, so we instruct it separately. So there might be half of a class period focused on writing instruction, the other half on reading. And what we really want to support is that idea of integrated reading and writing instruction, because that does really support literacy. We want students to be writing about what they have read. So that's certainly one reason for supporting this change. As Dr. Coons said, we are asking you to waive first review. And one of the reasons for this is we do believe that school divisions will likely make some changes to their instructional practices in the coming year, based on the elimination of the grade 8 writing test. And perhaps we'll focus, as our instructional staff has been encouraging them to do, on having students write about what they have read. We never want assessment to drive instruction, but we do want it to support good instruction wherever possible. And we believe that eliminating the grade 8 writing test will help to support the focus on that integrated reading and writing. Additionally, as I mentioned, there have been local alternative assessment guidelines that have governed how school divisions deal with the areas in which SOL tests have been eliminated. We are asking you to also adopt new guidelines today. It's the guidelines for local alternative assessments for 2023-24 and beyond. And Sarah Susberry, Dr. Sarah Susberry, who's the Director of Student Assessment, is going to review those guidelines with you. They are in an attachment in your board item.
Yes, as Shelley mentioned, these are in attachment A, and they were last adopted in 2021 for the 2021-22 school year. And again, they provide guidance to school divisions about the local alternative assessments that they must administer, reflecting the assessments, the SOL tests that were eliminated by the 2014 General Assembly. They also require that the school divisions maintain a balanced assessment plan. And this revised set of guidelines would reflect the opportunity for school divisions not to have to administer that grade 5 local alternative assessment in writing as a result of the addition of the integrated reading and writing item type at grade 5. So the information in the guidelines reflect that removal of a requirement to have the grade 5 writing local alternative assessment.
So just to clarify, school divisions would still have the option, if they chose, to use a balanced assessment plan and a local alternative assessment. But the new guidelines recommend that school divisions instead use the integrated reading and writing component of grade 5 to meet that assessment requirement. So the Superintendent of Public Instruction's recommendation is that you waive first review and approve the following actions: to eliminate the grade 8 writing test in spring of 24 to coincide with the implementation of the grade 8 integrated reading and writing test component as a required part of the grade 8 reading SOL test. And also to adopt the guidelines that Dr. Susberry just reviewed that would recommend that the use of the integrated reading and writing item could serve as a means of meeting that assessment requirement. Again, we are asking you to waive first review so that school divisions have sufficient time to integrate these changes and reflect them in their instructional practices. As I said earlier, we believe that eliminating the grade 8 writing test will support the use of integrated reading and writing instruction. And we also believe that school divisions will need some time to determine whether or not they want to move forward with the current balanced assessment plan and a local alternative assessment for grade 5 writing, or if they want to choose to use the recommendation that they allow the integrated reading and writing type to serve as meeting that requirement.
Thank you. Ms. Holton.
Thank you both for your work and for your presentation today. I'm concerned about waiving first review on this matter. It does seem to be pretty substantive. I mean, to be removing the 8th grade test, recognizing we're not we're replacing it essentially, but we're removing it. It seems to me to be a significant enough change that normally I think of waiving first review only on technical matters or something where there's some legal mandate that we can't meet. And I just wonder whether it would make more sense to give the divisions, the superintendents, the educators, et cetera, parents, others, an opportunity to come back and talk to us. I think writing I know when we reduced writing tests before, when we discussed writing tests before, those tests were cumbersome and hard to grade and expensive and all of that. But now we're in an era where large language systems can help us improve the quality of our testing and reduce the cost of testing on this. And is this the right way to go? Integrating these tests. I fully expect that it is the right way to go, that you all who know this much better than I ever will are recommending the right thing. But to do it on a rush basis without hearing, without giving, I do see that there are a couple of concerns expressed by, I think it's 2 letters we have from Roanoke County, and perhaps you can address those concerns. I don't fully understand them, what's raised in their public comment. And you also mentioned that we had this on our agenda earlier this spring. If that's so, I missed it, but if.
I'm sorry, in spring of 22, we talked with you about this new item type.
I see. So, okay, a year ago. So it wasn't this specific, obviously, or if it was this specific, then I don't know why this matter didn't come before us much earlier so that we wouldn't be having to rush now. So can you address why we can't wait till July to finalize this?
Dr. Coons, I believe that as you've worked with superintendents, you have gotten some feedback on this particular item.
We've met with 7 region superintendents and are scheduled this afternoon to meet with our 8th region in Richmond. Given the events last week, we would have had that meeting ahead of time, but definitely pause that. But superintendents have overwhelmingly been excited about this opportunity. We have heard clearly from every part of the state about reducing assessments, being able to integrate more item types that provide windows into students' thinking, like a writing item type does, allows for better instructional practice, as Shelley talked about in her presentation. We have not heard any concerns whatsoever in our conversations with superintendents across the state.
That's a question. What about our conversations with teachers? I've heard some concern from English teachers that we are de-emphasizing writing and so I agree with Ms. Holt. I appreciate Ms. Holton's question. I would add the friendly amendment when she said the different groups who might be concerned and want input. I would add teachers pretty strongly to that list. So my question is twofold. Like, what have we done to engage teachers? And then second, sort of more generally, I think a reasonable person could look at this and be like, okay, we are actually further de-emphasizing writing. So could you speak to why that is not the case as we think systemically in K-12?
I don't think the intent is to de-emphasize writing. It's actually to emphasize writing by having students write about what they have read. And I think the focus in this particular item type on the passages being history or science content really would serve to reinforce the idea of writing across the curriculum, which I think is something we would want to encourage.
And the shift to write about what you've learned. So you've learned from text. What are you writing about text? It actually signals best practice in writing instruction rather than, as Shelley spoke to, taking writing and teaching it in isolation for a separate test. It signals that writing should come from text. And that's the intent of the shift.
Yeah, the integrated part is really exciting. I think what have we heard from teachers on this? I mean, I do share like first and final review on Enora is one thing. On something like this, it is a little different.
President? Yes, sir. Yeah, I'd like to, I have a question, but I'd like to also hear from superintendent if slowing down for a month, it creates a huge problem that I'm not aware of. I did the field testing for the integrated item types is underway. What's the timeline to get feed results on how those did, how they fared, what outcomes do we have? We just finished administering the field test, so I don't know how soon that happens. Again, as you all know, everybody knows I'm a fan of modernizing the assessment system. I definitely supported replacing assessments when we did, but I have since then grieved the loss of grade 5 writing because it was a performance task. At the time, it was onerous to administer and grade. The technology has caught up with that. I think we have seen the impact on grade 8 writing as a result. So I'm definitely excited about the more modernized assessments that can do more, et cetera. I'm just a question if where we are in the timeline and maybe a little bit of feedback on if we have any about how the field testing is going.
I'm going to defer to the experts on that one. Okay, so the field test is complete and we now have readers who are scoring those responses. And so that's underway. And then we'll have committees of teachers meet this summer. They will review some of the prompts and make recommendations as to whether they should be used moving forward in 2024. Later this fall, we will have what's called range finding committees. See, Mr. Gecker, another word for you as you leave, range finding.
Exactly right.
So, and in those committee meetings, the teachers will select particular writing samples that will exemplify each of the score points, and then we'll provide that to school divisions. So that's where we are in the process.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
I'm also cautious about hearing and making a vote on the first day. However, after hearing the presentation that you presented, also knowing that this is the recommendation from Dr. Coons, I fully support the team and their belief that this needs to be done today so that the process can move forward. That's all I have.
Ms. Alton?
May I ask, was there any response to Mr. Rotherham's question about the stakeholder of the teacher stakeholder groups, educator stakeholder groups?
So while we have not asked teachers directly about eliminating the test, over the years, they have been involved in developing the new item type, the teacher committees that I mentioned. So they are well aware of the new item type. I think over the past probably 5 or 6 years, we have heard lots of calls from the field to eliminate the grade 8 writing test. So I don't think that request is something new.
Anybody else?
Your thoughts on June versus July, please?
I honestly would defer to Dr. Loving-Ryder because she understands the assessment system in Virginia. As I'm coming online, I understand assessments, but the system and the timing and what that impact is to school divisions, I would refer to Dr. Loving-Ryder, who understands what school divisions need and what we need in the assessment system. So I'd prefer she respond.
Yeah, so Dr. Loving-Ryder, I think that getting notice that you don't have to do something is considerably different than getting notice that you have to do something. So I get that I think is at play here. Are there any other timeline implementation things that June versus July messes up?
I think the biggest issue for us is trying to give the school divisions as much time as possible to adjust for this coming year. As you well know, Dr. Siebert, school divisions typically do their planning for the next year during the summer. So our thought was, knowing on the 15th of June that you're not going to administer the grade 8 writing test anymore, and you can adjust your instruction to focus more on writing about what students have read would be appropriate. We also know that, I don't mean to minimize the grade 5 writing. School divisions will have to determine whether or not they want to move forward with the balanced assessment plans.
I'm struggling with that though, Shelley, because this will happen during pre-service and in-service in later in the summer. I'm struggling with that, this timeline, like is going, I mean, I don't see, how is this actually going to impact teachers between this meeting and our next meeting later in July?
And Mr. Gecker, also, I think Mr. Hanson, Ms. Creasy, I regret they've had to step out. I think they'll be very interested in this piece too. So
Let me ask, is there a motion of any sort, either to defer or to adopt?
I would make an alternate motion to accept this on first review.
Second.
We don't need a motion to accept it on first review. We have just accepted it on first.
And I think,
review.
I don't think
That's where
this
the
is-
majority
and I
of the
don't think
board
this is something
Let me
that
ask you
Grace
this,
or Bill
is there a
gives,
majority of the board that's still here who would vote to waive first review?
I would.
So, okay, well, you are accepted on first review. And thank you
very
very much. All right.
The timing, can I just make a comment? The timing is obviously not ideal. School is letting out, people are starting their summers, but to the extent we can make sure people are aware of this change, get ample opportunity for some, yeah, I'm not asking for a formal public notice process, right? If it is the extent with stakeholder outreach, we can get some feedback between now and the next meeting, that'd be great. Appreciating you have 2 federal holidays and it's the end of school, between that, but whatever we can do.
Yeah, we have,
Can you clarify what kind of feedback? You said stakeholder,
Just
but
make sure people know that we took this, that this is on first review, do whatever we normally do to communicate to the field, so people who want to be engaged can be engaged, particularly teachers. And my understanding is there's teachers who have various feelings about where we're going on writing, and no one wants to sort of, it can be hard to stick your head up, but there's some teachers who are sort of concerned about the direction we're going.
we'd be happy to do
Gives them
that.
an opportunity to speak up.
Well, and we can definitely put that in front of the Teacher Advisory Council as well.
So thank you.
we do item H. I'd like to take 5 minutes and then we'll be back legitimately here at 12:35. Can we do that?
It's okay, it's a protest.
For what?
We were told there would be no math.
That's right, exactly.
It all adds up.
Ooh, good math pun.
Sorry. Right, so good afternoon, President Gecker, Vice President Mann, Superintendent Coons, and esteemed members of the Board of Education. I'm honored today to stand alongside the mathematics team at the Virginia Department of Education, including Ms. Tina Mazzacane, Ms. Deborah Deloja, Kristen Williams-Foss, and Dr. Jessica Brown. Yesterday, our mathematics team was able to provide a comprehensive overview of the revision process and a preview of the draft 2023 Mathematics Standards of Learning that are being presented to you today for first review. Per the 7-year cycle in the Code of Virginia, the draft 2023 SOL being presented to the Board of Education today is for first review. The set of standards are being presented in draft form and represent 6 elementary grade levels K through 5, 3 middle school grade levels 6 through 8, and 10 high school courses, including Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. The Virginia Department of Education is producing 2 draft documents for formal review by the board, including the draft 2023 Mathematics SOL document, which is attachment 2 in the board document in the board agenda, and the 2023 Mathematics Standards of Learning summary document, which provides an overview of revisions, which is attachment 1 in the board agenda item. Through the engagement of a broad array of stakeholders, valuable input and feedback informed a revised set of standards that represent the best in class for all students here in the Commonwealth. Since January of 2022, when the mathematics SOL revision timeline was first presented to the board, a sequence of actions have occurred. We have received written and verbal comments from stakeholders. We have convened a review committee of K-12 educators to review public comments and make recommendations for revisions to the standards. We have developed a draft of the proposed standards and received feedback both electronically and in person from external reviewers on the proposed draft of the standards. And we have received support for the review process from the VDOE assessment development staff, including providing STEM and innovation staff with insights from work with the development of state assessments and other content areas in STEM.
So the proposed revisions to the standards will raise academic expectations for students and schools and provide a coherent and vertically articulated set of expectations to educators and families. The 4 overarching areas of focus that emerged during the revision process as avenues to rigor and depth include improving vertical coherence through the grade levels, application and connections of concepts within a greater course, additional data analysis to support post-secondary workforce expectations, and embedding the math process goals of problem-solving, connections, communication, representation, and reasoning. Yesterday, we gave you many detailed examples exemplifying each area, and we'd like to give you about 25 more today. No, just kidding.
So following the Board of Education's acceptance of the draft 2023 Mathematics of Standards of Learning for first review today, the Department of Education will receive public comment for at least 30 days before beginning the draft 2023 Mathematics Standards of Learning to the Board of Education for final review in either August or December of 2023.
September.
Did I say December? English is my second language. Sorry. So during the public comment period, the Board of Education will host public hearings both in person and virtually on the draft 2023 Mathematics Standards of Learning. To scare you, we're thinking possibly about 3 in-person hearings and truthfully up to 10 virtual hearings. We'll need you there. So following the public comment period, the Mathematics Education Advisory Committee, as presented yesterday, will meet to review and consider the feedback received. It is anticipated that the review and revision process will be completed in 2023, and the final standards document will be posted to the DOE website after the Board of Education final review in August
or September. Please note that today's superintendent's recommendation does show a change from the timeline that was provided to the Board of Education in January 2022 by the department, with the 2024-2025 full implementation of the 2023 math SOLs.
Local school divisions will have discretion in determining how to best transition between the 2016 Mathematics SOL and the revised 2023 Mathematics SOL. The VDOE will provide professional learning opportunities for teachers to support implementation of the revised Mathematics SOL, along with implementation documents that can support school divisions. The VDOE wants to ensure that school divisions have a smooth transition and to be able to make that shift in instruction for students. Educators across the Commonwealth need to be commended for their hard work and dedication to provide high quality mathematics instruction to all students. And we want them to recognize that the VDOE staff wants to work collaboratively with them to ensure continued success in meeting the needs of our students. Instruction based on high quality standards will ensure that all students have access to educational opportunities that prepare them for success in the workplace, communities, and our democracy.
So therefore, the Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the Board of Education receive for first review the proposed revisions to the 2016 Mathematics Standards of Learning and consideration of full implementation in 2024-2025. Thank you for your time and attention during this presentation. The mathematics team and I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Do we have any any questions for the mathematics team or Dr. Alvin?
Have a comment?
Sure, Dr. Siebert.
First of all, last night, whenever it was, really deep thoughts, great work. Really excited about the new math standards, and that's part of the reason why I'm excited about students having the benefits of these new math standards. We talked a little bit last night about the timeline, so I think as we receive these first reviews, that's what the board does, that we continue to talk about that. We had a great conversation last night about support. And so I'm encouraged by that. Serving in Roanoke City Public Schools, our superintendent, Dr. White, really often says, help has to feel like help. So we want to make sure that as we craft it, and so I think the regional approach and those things are good. But many of you have very kindly deferred me as my experience as superintendent, but the best job I ever had in public education was elementary principal. And so as I think about the timeline, I've been a school leader at the middle and the high school level, and I anticipate more content focus there, content support. So I think, aggressive timelines there. But my heart, my cause as we move forward this and think about timeline is elementary. Elementary teachers are teaching multiple content areas. They are implementing the Virginia Literacy Act. They are implementing new history, social studies standards, and now the math standards. And that just doesn't leave a lot of air in the room for those elementary teachers. So as we receive these and we move forward, let's continue thinking about the timelines and so that's where I am.
Yeah, Ms. Holton.
I won't repeat what I said yesterday, but except to say again, great work. And as to Mr. Siebert's points about the timeline, one additional thought since yesterday is somebody's helping me think about how do we field test these. I appreciate the goal of accelerating implementation of these new guidelines. The new standards seem terrific. We want to get them in place as quickly as possible. How do we get from here to there is the challenge. And if we accept robust public comment as you're proposing, which I think is wonderful, it's going to be some degree into the school year before these standards are adopted for many divisions. And if many of the divisions choose not to implement, not to do any crosswalk essentially in the content they teach in the 23-24 school year, how are we going to effectively field test the items from the new standards, for instance? So it's just, we do a slow transition. Traditionally, we have done a slow transition for a lot of reasons. I don't think it needs to be 2 years. But how we accelerate it effectively is a little bit of a mystery to me. And so before we approve, which I assume at some point we'll be asked to approve the accelerated timeline, before we are asked to vote on that, I hope you all will have both conferred with the divisions and come back to us with a plan that we can understand about how we can effectively accelerate without imposing unrealistic expectations on the divisions for 23-24.
Ms. Holton, we're happy to provide a presentation with that timeline and how assessment would fit into that prior to the approval of the final standards, both in thinking through the elementary component and how we support our elementary teachers in a reasonable way, and also how we make sure the field testing is thoroughly vetted and those kinds of things. So thank you for the feedback.
And where are we on the Virginia Numeracy Act? Because I mean, certainly for the literacy component, we got a lot of additional funds to provide assistance in schools to, help support that portion of our work. It would seem to me that if one of the concerns is teacher support, the funding coming through something like the Numeracy Act would be an important component of where we're going.
I know
it doesn't bear directly on the standards, but it does bear on the implementation piece.
We've had some light conversation at this point.
Okay. I mean, perhaps it would behoove the board and, the office to make sure that that particular thing doesn't go off the radar too fast.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
I only mentioned two of the three things. Again, shout out to all you did. The other thing is on the public hearing piece. I am happy to use my calendar, look for a chance to head to Southwest Virginia. People throughout the Commonwealth routinely make the migrations to Richmond. And I know from the history standards work and other things that Region 7 in particular appreciated us making the effort to go there. So, I appreciate trying to be efficient, but in terms of making sure the, Region 6, 7, 8, whatever included, I'm happy to sign up to be the board member there.
Certainly, we do appreciate that. So in the timeline that we shared with you yesterday, when we received initial public input on the 2016 standards, we did go out to several places in the Commonwealth at that point. So what we've tried to do is when we do our in-person public feedback on the proposed standards is to go to different regions that we did not hit last time. So there will be a slight variance that way, but yes, we'll be happy to share that with you. Once the board approves, then we'll be able to confirm the dates. We do have tentative dates.
Dr. Siebert, it's one of my favorite places to be. I'll go out there with you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? If not, thanks very much to the math team. Thank you, Dr. Alvin, and the board is happy to receive this on first review.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yep. Okay, a couple presentations. Ms. Sipka. Guys keep hiding back there.
I'm there. Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon again.
Thank you. I will be presenting on the Exemplar Awards. The announcement of the Exemplar Awards provides the Virginia Board of Education the opportunity to recognize schools, school divisions, or school boards for excellence. The three categories within the Exemplar Awards are high achievement, continuous improvement, and innovative practices. 48 schools in Virginia are currently receiving the highest achievement award. As a high achievement award-winning school, not only did students at these schools demonstrate success in reading, math, and science pass rates, but each group also met the same rigorous benchmarks in reading and mathematics. Each student group also met the same rigorous benchmarks in reading and mathematics. In addition, student group performance was near, at, or above the performance rate for all students. 69 schools in Virginia are currently receiving the Continuous Improvement Award for academic improvement. These schools have demonstrated at least a 10-point improvement in the combined accreditation rates over the previous 3 accreditation years in reading, math, and science for the all students group, or for 2 or more student groups in reading and math. 24 schools are receiving the Continuous Improvement Award for increasing the Graduation and Completion Index over the last 3 accreditation years by 4% or more, as well as decreasing the dropout rate by at least 15% over the past 3 years. The last category of school is the Innovative Practice Award. 7 school divisions and 1 school are receiving this award. Schools receiving this award have embraced innovative and creative practices to enhance student experiences. They have implemented practices such as using virtual reality tools to allow students to create new content and to create strong curricular connections. Developing strategies to enhance teacher retention and recruitment. Implementing a system to promote a school environment that cultivates the physical, emotional, and intellectual well-being of students, and developing and implementing a regional approach with local businesses to provide apprenticeship opportunities for students. 2 school divisions are implementing creative approaches to provide enhanced STEM offerings in the school division, and 1 recipient is providing well-orchestrated opportunities that align with the division's profile of a graduate and provide service learning opportunities for students. The names of the schools in the divisions who have received this award in each of the categories are outlined within the report to the board, and they're also located on the Department of Education website. I'd like to thank Dr. Siebert and Ms. Creasy for their time participating as executive reviewers of the selection process. And I would like to now turn it over to Dr. Siebert, Ms. Creasy, President Gecker, Dr. Coons, and other board members, should you have comments.
Any questions or comments?
It was neat to see behind the curtain of the great work that the staff do to vet and prepare. And so, Ms. Creasy and I, our role was kind of like to validate that, and very thorough, very solid rubrics, very thoughtful work. So it was kind of neat to see behind the curtain the great work. We all know the staff does great work, which is another opportunity to see that.
Really excited for these school divisions to show excellence, innovation, and improvement, and the opportunity to recognize the hard work that our school divisions are doing. Just really proud of the opportunity. I do think there's going to be a press release coming out today as well.
I think so. Okay, well, thank you so
Thank you all
much.
very much.
Mr. Chapman.
Yes, President Gecker, Vice President Dr. Mann, members of the board, and Dr. Coons, thank you for giving me the honor of closing out your items for today. And this won't be brief. It's an update from the College Partnership Laboratory Standing Committee, which you have a letter included in your agenda material. The Standing Committee met on June 5th. And one of the really exciting things to come out of this meeting is that we had 2 applications for College Partnership Laboratory Schools that were received on first review by the Standing Committee and were subsequently approved for public comment. Those 2 applications, to give you just an idea of what should be coming your way soon, Southside Virginia Community College has an application in partnership with Mecklenburg County Public Schools. And the committee heard from numerous stakeholders involved about the partnership programs in order to open up career pathways with the Southside Career Academy that they are planning. One of the really fun folks that we heard from was from Microsoft, who's working in partnership, on career pathways. The other application was Commonwealth, the Virginia Commonwealth University, in collaboration with Code RVA, obviously one of the flagship schools in Virginia on innovation. And the Standing Committee heard detailed information on VCU's teacher residency program, and also Code RVA's, personalized, integrated, and really applied learning, objectives in their curriculum, and how these 2 could partnership in a very new way, under the lab school model. As I mentioned, both applications were approved for public comment. VDOE has since designed a public comment form. Those public comment forms are live right now. And so we are receiving public comment that will return to the Standing Committee for its next meeting on July 7th. And then in anticipation that those applications will be able to be presented to this body at the July board meeting. Additionally, in other news, Roanoke College was approved for a planning grant. So we're real exciting to see the continued expansion of those planning grants. And of course, how those will inevitably, result in more applications to be considered by the standing committee and then, by this body. Can't thank you enough for the incredible work from Dr. Rayleigh, who's added an immense amount of leadership into that standing committee, but also the very hard work of the standing committee itself, which comprises Ms. Joan Wadiska, who's the chair, Dr. Pam Moran, who is the vice chair, Mr. John Bailey, and then two other guys. Our board members, of course, Mr. Rotherham and Mr. Hanson. And of course, Mr. Rotherham, if you have any additional comments.
No, that was a great report. I would second the endorsement of Dr. Rayleigh's really terrific work has been a really big help for us. And you all should check out there's a heat map that shows where the planning grants are. And there's, getting these two out for public comment is exciting, but there's a lot of really cool ideas percolating. And so it's an exciting time on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, we are down to discussion of current issues. Any current issues?
I want to give the board just a quick staffing update. We will be having a new Chief Academic Officer, Deputy of Teaching and Learning, start on July 10th. Her name is Marcy Sorensen. She has done national leading work. I will definitely send out more information, but want to tell you that we have an addition. Kim Ritchie has left us. She has become the Deputy Chancellor at the Florida Department of Education. So a great opportunity for her to increase her capacity and continue to show leadership across state development work in Florida, but we are actively recruiting for that. We will be having several new assistant superintendents come online that we'll be excited to share in July. We are in the interview process and excited to share a new assistant superintendent of ed prep, a new assistant superintendent of innovation, and a new assistant superintendent of instruction. Yep. So we'll have, we'll be starting to round out our leadership team by the next board meeting, but really excited to have people coming on board and then people using all the great work in Virginia to expand and continue their careers. So we're excited about that. I also don't know if Charles Pyle is in the room. Is Charles Pyle in the room? Could he come out behind the TV for just a second? Charles Pyle has done amazing work at the Department of Education. He has led our communications. He has led our strategy. He has led a great deal of change management over his course at the department. Now, I'm not going to tear up, but he's been an incredible mentor and connector for me over the past 2 months and helped me learn the ways of Virginia, and the Department of Ed has chosen to retire. So I just want to recognize and honor Charles. He does not know this. I'm getting the death look. He does not know this, but I just want to honor and thank Charles. I could not have had a better 2 months and getting to know Virginia without him. So I'm incredibly blessed and honored to be able to work with him for a short time before he goes to do really cool, fun things. But I appreciate you.
Thank you for your kind words, Dr. Coons. They're deeply appreciated, and it's been a pleasure working with all of you. Some for a short time, some for a much longer time, Mr. Gecker.
Yes, sir.
Of course, I've known Andy and worked with Andy for Mr. Rotherham. I'm sorry,
Andy's
too
fine.
casual. For I think my entire career with the department, going back to the early days of the standards of learning.
You're both older than you look.
At least one of them is.
It's been a pleasure serving, boards of education appointed by, 7 different governors over the years, and getting to know the board members, and appreciate your kind thoughts. And I would like to say it's also been a pleasure of leading and being led by, I think, the most talented communications team in state government, including the current members and the incredible communications professionals that it was my honor to lead in the past as well. So thank you.
President Gecker, I also want to thank you personally. I've not had the opportunity to say this, but your leadership from the day I was announced to the support and ongoing collaboration has really been tremendously powerful and helpful to me. And I think we have had more conversations while I've been learning how to figure out my way around Richmond. I'm incredibly blessed and thankful for the opportunity to serve with you. And Dr. Mann, coming from someone who is a massive champion of our earliest learners and the importance of our earliest learners and the awe in which I walked into the work that has been done in Virginia, I honor and thank you for that. And also want to thank you for recognizing the challenges that happened in Richmond last week. I just want to lift up the family at Huguenot High School. I was able to do their closing ceremony and was very graciously invited to witness the resilience of that staff and the conversations of resilience and the focus on the children and how they support the children moving forward. It's just an incredibly powerful moment to remember why we do this work and how important it is to support our schools and our school division. So thank you for the moment.
I would say in response to that, number one, I'm happy to have been here when you got here. And I am incredibly grateful that you are here. I think you will do great things for the Commonwealth. You know, it's based upon relatively short, but as you said, we've had a lot of conversation the last couple of months, and I'm 100% convinced that you are 100% dedicated to the work. And I appreciate that greatly. Anybody else?
Everybody else, but where do you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
We're not doing that.
No, well, I want to say a quick word. I want to say a quick word about Charles, and that's how I'll slip in. He really does leave big shoes to fill. Has been just a terrific public servant. It's a big loss for the department. Dr. Mann, I do want to thank you on early ed, just watching from the sidelines as like this became more of a central issue for the Commonwealth. And I mean, not just stuff we heard about today, but just over the last few years, like a greater emphasis on making sure we're getting kids off to a good start is terrific, and you will be missed. And President Gecker, yeah, I just want to say thank you. I'm terrible at this. I'm worse than Grace. Look, the last year could have been a real train wreck, and there was frankly a lot of people hoping it was going to be a train wreck and cheering for that, and you would have been a hero amongst them for doing that. And I know, like, I'm a native Virginian, like other people. I know one of our ways here is we don't speak directly, but I do just want to speak directly. Thank you. You did just an incredible job in a unique and difficult circumstance, and I don't think everyone would have risen to the occasion like that. And it's just a tremendous credit to you.
Vice President, Dr. Mann, it has been a pleasure to work with you in this short time. Being a new guy, I'm trying to figure out who's who. And it didn't take long to figure out when you spoke, people would listen. And I said, she has a strong background, a lot of knowledge to share with this board. So I want to personally thank you for the service that you've given to the Commonwealth. And I know you're going to continue to serve. And I'm sure I'm going to be hearing about the great work that you're going to continue to be doing. To our president, Mr. Gecker, I was joking with you the other day, and I said, it's good to be on the same side of a vote with you. And you reminded me it wasn't the only time. So leadership is key in any organization. I've watched you, I've listened to you, and I've seen up close and personal what a strong leader should do and has done for many years. So this board, the Commonwealth, I'm thankful to have served with you, even though it was short. I've seen a lot of points that you've made, I've learned from, and I'm going to hold on to. I think I'm the new guy that's ready to go. And I don't like delays. I like to fully support the staff and the superintendent, which I will do. But from watching the leadership of the vice president and the president, I see why you were chosen to be there. So I just want to personally thank you.
Thank you.
As a teacher, I think most teachers who become hopefully good teachers, hope I was a good teacher, we are professional appropriators. That means we are always stealing good ideas from other teachers. And so we go through our profession looking for things that we can pick up and use and carry forward. And so it's, it was always great to get a great lesson plan from a fellow science teacher, get a pearl of wisdom from a fellow assistant principal or principal, gather with superintendents and glean their ideas and wisdom. But my compliment to you two is, not only have I learned practical things about governance and the Commonwealth and this institution, which we want you both to know we are going to honor and support, but being around you, there's other pearls of wisdom that come up, the kind that not just influence me as a professional educator, but as a husband and a father. And so I thank you both.
This is not obligatory, Ann, you know.
I will be brief because I can't possibly share in the context we have but my immense gratitude to you both. It's been such a pleasure to serve with you and to watch you serve the children and the educators of Virginia and the families of Virginia so admirably. And Tammy, it's been especially a treat to get to know you on the board over these 4 years. We haven't worked together. I knew you only by your wonderful reputation before we came together here. And it's been especially wonderful to get to know you and watch your great work. And I know you, as with President Gecker, have many, many years of public service in your future in all kinds of avenues, I'm sure. And I look forward to watching your path forward. Dan, I'm just not going to try to say it much because I can't say it without losing it. But you and I've worked together right back to the 8 years almost. Oh my gosh, I'm back to the time when I was secretary, and there's been a lot of water over the dam between then and now. But throughout, you have raised the bar on the institution of the Board of Education, its reputation in the Commonwealth, and its effectiveness. And I pledge to you, the newly constituted board as of July 1 will carry that forward.
Dr. Mann, I was so happy to know that you were someone who knew early childhood the way that you do and understand it in a way that I always continue to hope to get there. I haven't worked in early childhood space as long as you, but I have certainly learned so much from you in this last year, and I'm forever thankful for your educating me continually, helping to make my professional knowledge deeper, and we're certainly going to miss you. As I said earlier, this is a really hard one because Dan and I have gotten pretty close over the last year, and anything, I mean, personal or having to do with this board, I've reached out and Dan's been there for me. And I just hope you know how much I appreciate it. And I will see you soon.
Yep, no doubt. Dr. Mann, I know you had some comments.
Wow. And I really will be brief. I will say it's been an honor to have been invited to serve in this capacity. And I think it was especially special that, 3 actions that the board took today sort of put a bow on my why. Really, at the end of the day, when the call came and the opportunity was shared, my why was about the importance of the foundational years of a child's life and how precious and important that is. And if we're going to take up the mantle to own that space, we must respect what it means to do that and to do that well. And so it really was remarkable to have that be a part of my last meeting here. And I will say, over the last 4 years, the thing that I am really, I've tried to contribute,
where I can, but I am also very overwhelmed by all that I have been able to learn. And much of it really is a reflection of the incredible asset that this department, this institution of education has in its public servants. I just want to say, to see staff come, sit, present, be prepared to address questions. Really, when you think about it, this is an institution, and we are fortunate that continuity in knowledge and understanding is fundamental to the success of the endeavors that we are asked to deliberate on. And we owe a great debt of gratitude to every public servant that has said yes to come, to serve, to be a part of the VDOE. We could not do what we do absent that. And I feel it's hard to do that because governance changes a lot. And yet the commitment to mission, the commitment to children, the commitment to educators keeps good people here. And my hope is that we will continue to acknowledge and celebrate what they mean to the work of education in the Commonwealth. I learned so much more. Angoff, what was the term today?
The modified Angoff method.
Modified Angoff, but arraign. I mean, there's just range finding. Oh, the vocabulary of all that encompasses the things that this board has had to deliberate. My mind has really been expanded, and it's been expanded in important ways because I can be an ambassador on the ground for people who just don't know how difficult it is to do all that's done to make sure all children have a quality education. And my hope really is not very different from what I know led to you all saying yes to serve. And is that we're going to always center children and educators in our minds. I am telling you, literally, there are times when I am picturing in my mind, not my children. I am fortunate that my children received a good education here in the Commonwealth and they're young adults off doing well. But I am thinking about the faces of children that I may not know, but I know are in classrooms around the Commonwealth. And I'm thinking about educators who are showing up every day under some of the most challenging circumstances our system of education has ever faced. And we have to keep them in mind as we aspire to raise the bar to ensure that our children are prepared, but we have to make sure we are wrapping around the supports they need to do what we're asking them to do. Mental health wise, compensation wise, support wise, it all matters. And I hope that you will keep that in the center of your minds as you deliberate the things that will surely come before you in the months and years to come. And just thank you for giving me an opportunity to be here. Mr. Gecker, I will never forget my very first board experience with you and Dr. Lane. You welcomed me. You invited me to come for lunch, to sit and understand what is it that you are interested in wanting to contribute. It set the bar for like understanding we're all here to get something done. And let's get to that. And I appreciate so very much the leadership you have exhibited in chairing and leading during the time I've been privileged to serve alongside you. So thank you for your service.
Okay, it's not really my style to do public stuff like this, but I'm going to say a few things. First, a quick story. 8 years ago, I had just finished serving, 7.5 years, more accurately, just finished serving my second term as a board member in Chesterfield. I got tasked to run for state senate, lost that election. This is 2015. At the beginning of 16, I got a phone call that said, would you be interested in serving on the Board of Ed? And oh, by the way, Secretary Holton then Secretary Holton would like to meet with you to talk about, what's involved in the position. So, you don't turn Ann down. And so I went to the obligatory meeting in the obligatory coffee shop, and we sat there for a while. And Ann said, I just want you to know that this is a working board and you need to be prepared to work. And I said, okay, Ann, I get that. It's a working board. I'm prepared to work. And, we talked about a few other things. And then she came back and said, I just want you to understand just how hard the work is. I said, okay, I'm capable of hard work, used to do it in one time in my life, and I'm sure I can do it again. And, a few other things happened. And then she said for the third time, this is a really hard job. And, I began to realize that Ann didn't think I could really do this. I have served, I guess, not quite as long as Charles, but 3 governors, 4 secretaries of education, and 7 superintendents or acting superintendents of public instruction.
Oh my gosh.
Which, I wish that were just a measure of the length of time, but in part, it's a measure of the instability at times of the system, which, is something that I am concerned about long term. The system needs more stability than we've had over the past few years. But, I had a lot prepared to talk about, my view of the institution or the board as an institution. However, I am very grateful that a number of you have mentioned today that lesson doesn't need to be taught again, that all of us are here just for a brief time to do our part to move the goals of the institution forward and to play our part in the education system in the Commonwealth. We only really get to do 2 things, 2 categories of things. First is those things we're tasked to do, mandated to do by either the General Assembly or by some federal rules, and those we don't have a lot of choice over. But there's a fairly significant category of things that we have authority over, either through the Constitution or through the General Assembly, things we've been delegated to do. And, it's those things that as an institution, we are able as members, and you guys going forward will be able as members to test the actions we're taking or the board is taking against the stated goal of the Commonwealth, which is to provide a educational program of high quality for all of our children. And, I think doing this work, with all due respect to Ann's, assessment of it, is not that hard when simplified down to, is what we're voting on going to move the agenda forward, or is it not? I mean, every task we have can be boiled down to that. I am very grateful to have been here. It's, when I left local office, I didn't think anything would be as satisfying. But I will tell you that although locally you can get things done a little bit more quickly, Dale, I think you can attest to that. That the length of time it takes to get anything done at the state level is lengthened. I look at what we've done over my last 7.5, and I'm pretty happy with where we are. I mean, as Tammy said, the Virginia Literacy Act and the fallout, the product of that. But there's been a lot of things we've done that I think over the 7.5 years that will be meaningful in the future, including, by the way, and the one thing I will ask you guys to do is the standards of quality. I understand that there may be places to tinker with it, but I do believe that the underlying concepts are sound, and I hope this board continues to fulfill its obligation, which we hadn't done in over 20 years, to prescribe standards of quality. I will say I appreciate all the friendships I've made, Grace, of course, and special thanks to Ann, who overcame her reluctance and let them nominate me anyway. People who aren't here anymore, Sal Romero, Octave Basil, who Ann might remember, Elizabeth Lodell and Jim Dillard, all of whom were members of the first board. And, as a non-educator coming into the board, having folks who were educators to take you under their wing and mentor you and explain what was supposed to happen was particularly helpful. Billy Kennedy, my old friend from Chesterfield, who is like the educator from Central Casting. Right, he's done everything, superintendent, superintendent of public instruction, local superintendent. Billy was great and provided that role model for how to be gracious in everything you do. Billy is an incredibly gracious human being. My 3 vice chairs, Diane Atkinson, who still love dearly. Diane is incredible knowledge and an incredible heart. Jamel Wilson, who sadly was taken from the board too soon in that act of political revenge, but whose credentials in caring for the work of the board were certainly beyond question. And of course, Dr. Mann, clearly an expert in your field and has been mentioned many times today through the examples from your life teach all of us so much. So thank you. That's about it. It is my prerogative as chair to have the last word. And guys, we are adjourned. Any questions? I can do this.